better world awaits us.
Our goal is to work with our partners so we can make new things happen together. Because our world is full of achievements that haven't yet happened. And that's why we're here. Here at DINSO, we are professionals who make things happen.
I feel that first let's address this 50% of the bomb. I think the 50% of the bomb will change. I wouldn't say for certain it'll be under threat because there will be components that will be required which may change in terms of torque, in terms of material, in terms of itself, especially in the drivetrain. So if you look at the drivetrain, if you look at the drivetrain, it's bound to change in terms of certain requirements, certain end requirements. No, not at all. Good to have you. Yeah, so there will be changes in the bombs. I wouldn't say that it'll get it completely eliminated. Yes, the engine will. So I would say certainly 30. Space in the eco. To invest in the ecosystem, whether they be batteries or charging infrastructure or and the like. So I think so we're not. I wouldn't say define.
Neolite. With a progressive and dynamic visionary management approach is blended with highly dedicated and qualified professionals and world-class infrastructure, which has led to it becoming one of the major Indian automotive lighting equipment suppliers. A small beginning that had become a hugely successful enterprise in 40 years. The Neolite Group, one of the pioneers of automotive lightings in India today, is associated with manufacturing of automotive lightings for both OEM and aftermarket segment. The light plant is exclusively for the OEM segment and meets the requirements and expectations of a majority of the Indian and global OEMs. It is considered to be the state-of-the-art, which is fully air-conditioned and has the latest technology. Today, the Neolite Group is a combined workforce of 2,000 people, a major supplier to over 30 OEMs, exporting to over 80 countries worldwide. Neolite Group is able to meet the requirements of prestigious and discerning vehicle manufacturers.
Sriram Pistons and Rings, the largest manufacturer and market leader of pistons, piston rings and engine valves in India, the largest supplier to OEM customers, the largest exporter of pistons and piston rings, producing pistons between 40 millimeters and 150 millimeters diameter with matching pins, piston rings between 20 millimeters and 155 millimeters diameter, and engine valves having 4.5 millimeters to 19 millimeters stem diameter, and between 16 millimeters and 92 millimeters head diameter. A company at the forefront of manufacturing technology. The company has long-standing collaborations with leading global technology partners. These include Kolbenschmidt, Germany, Riken Corporation, Japan, Honda Foundry Group, Japan, and Fuji Ozex, Japan. Technological expertise from the global partners, coupled with perseverance and frugal engineering, have enabled Sriram Pistons and Rings to bring to the table a winning formula with best-in-class QC DDM. The company has had double-digit growth, outpacing the competition. The company's shop floor culture of zero-defect quality has been appreciated by all discerning OEMs. The company's manufacturing complexes at Ghaziabad and Patridi are equipped with state-of-the-art machines and deploy modern manufacturing processes and controls. The company holds the ISO 14001-2004, OSAS 18001-2007, and ISO TS 16949-2009 certifications. To hold the TPM Excellence Award and the TPM Special Award from the Japanese Institute of Productivity Management. Sriram Pistons and Rings is a customer-centric company, a company where Kaizen and innovation are a mantra, a way of life, a company focused on customer delight, a company with several achievements but hungry for more, a company looking ahead, a company where every challenge is an opportunity. Sriram Pistons and Rings, your partner for the future.
Subrose has been at the forefront of success when it comes to flanking heat relentlessly, changing climate for good, comforting millions on the go, and realizing the dream of a cool India. However, the dream was not achieved in a day. It took efforts and planning, day in, day out, to live up to expectations every time. Delivering speed, quality, and cost, with values that sustain and create India's #1 automotive air conditioning company. Partners of possibility and missionaries of performance. In pursuit of perfection. Subrose, India's #1 automotive air conditioning company.
Sunflag Artistic Company, a leading world-class manufacturer of alloy and titanium steel, as a joint venture with Value Steel Japan. Sunflag has also adopted the latest technological know-how from Value Steel. Sunflag engages with leading global technology solution providers for their state-of-the-art technology and sophisticated equipment. Years of experience makes Sunflag the preferred choice of the industry for superior and widest products.
has emerged as a of hope for the
in society to they ought to be rather than where they want to be. Roads and highways from many of his ill. Born
At Bharat Forge Limited, we don't believe in pause buttons. 50 years ago, we hit play, and we haven't stopped since. We move, we go places, and we take our legacy with us. We started small, but our dreams were big. And we chased them tirelessly with all our heart. That's what brought us to the top. To the world's biggest names. And to people's lives. We're committed to partnering greatness, no matter where we go. From India to Germany, to France to Sweden and USA. We always go that extra mile and bring the best to wherever our clients are. And we never settle. Over 50 years, we have pioneered innovations across fields. Our expertise keeps sharpening. We seek to build a better, smarter, and brighter tomorrow.
And we will.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I request everyone to please take your respective seats and settle down. As you know, we are going to start the formal proceedings of the 62nd annual session. May I once again request everyone to please settle down, take your respective seats, and also a gentle reminder to everybody to kindly switch off their mobile phones or keep it on the silent mode during the entire proceedings of the day. And may I also request the audience to kindly tweet tagging the Acma handle @Acma India and using the hashtags Acma Annual Session, Future of Mobility. If I may once again repeat, requesting the audience to kindly tweet tagging the Acma handle @Acma India and using the following hashtags, which is Acma Annual Session and Future of Mobility. Thank you. console come here to the stage? I have some important information to share. Somebody from the console, please come to the stage, please. and gentlemen, requesting everyone to please take your respective seats. We're just about to commence the program for today. Requesting everyone to kindly settle down and take your respective seats. Thank you. Once again, requesting everyone to please settle down. Our chief guest for today's program, Shri Amitabh Kant, has already arrived. Requesting everyone to please settle down as quickly as possible. Once again, requesting everyone to please take your seats and settle down as quickly as possible. afternoon and namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sunny Deepani, your host for today. It is indeed an honor and pleasure for me to welcome you to the 62nd Acma annual session. Indeed, a very big day for all of us in the automotive industry. Ladies and gentlemen, our inaugural session is indeed a star-studded one. We're delighted that today we have with us Mr. Amitabh Kant, Honorable Sherpa of G20. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Dr. Pavan Goenka, Chairman, Indian National Space Promotion Authorization Center in Space. Mr. R. Dinesh, President-Designate CII and Executive Vice Chairman, TVS Supply Chain Solutions. Mr. Kenichi Ayukawa, President Sriram and Executive Vice Chairman of Maruti Suzuki India Limited. Mr. Sanjay Kapoor, President Acma and Chairman Sona Comstar. Ms. Shraddha Suri Marwa, Vice President Acma and Chairperson and Managing Director Subrose. And Mr. Vinay Mehta, Director General of Acma. Once again, an extremely warm welcome to all of our dignitaries. And ladies and gentlemen, for this auspicious occasion, may I request our esteemed dignitaries on the dais to commence the program by lighting the ceremonial lamp. Requesting our Honorable Chief Guest, Sriram Kant, and all dignitaries present on the dais to kindly join in the lighting of the ceremonial lamp, which is an integral part of the Indian tradition before new and auspicious beginnings. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries, for the lighting of the ceremonial lamp and the formal inauguration of the 62nd annual session of Acma. May I request you all to take your respective seats. I'm glad that we have over 1,200 people joining us in person here and another 2,000 logged in through various social media platforms, including the Acma website and YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, the auto component industry in the last over 6 decades has stood its test of time, and today is not only one of the key drivers of Indian economy, but also a shining example of Make in India and an Atmanirbhar industry. The year gone by has indeed been challenging one, yet despite all the adversities, the auto component industry has given its best performance over indeed testimony to its resilience and self-confidence. With the auto industry across the globe and in India redefining itself, we have themed our annual session this year as the future of mobility, transforming to be ahead of the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, as Acma continues to grow from strength to strength, we present to you a short film on our achievements in the year that has gone by. Can we play the film, please?
With the global economy gradually recovering from the devastating impact of the pandemic, India will with its fastest growing economy, has emerged as a beacon of hope for the world. On back of strong economic fundamentals and with the vehicle industry nearing pre-pandemic levels of performance, the auto component industry in India continues to grow from strength to strength and scale newer heights. Known for its frugal engineering, world-class quality and flexibility, the component industry in India is fast emerging as a reliable alternate source of high-quality supplies to the world. Driven by the needs of energy security and concern for the environment, and with electric mobility having caught the imagination of the Government of India and our people, the auto component industry is fast transforming itself to stay relevant and cater to the newer customer requirements. The industry is steadfast in its commitment to support our government in its goal to achieve carbon neutrality by 2070.
The industry continues to innovate and co-create with its customers and other ecosystem players for greener, cleaner, and safer products, technologies, and shop floors to stay ahead of the curve.
Supporting this makeover are the 5 pillars of Automotive Component Manufacturers Association of India, Acma. Business development, government affair and strategic initiatives, skilling and mentoring, startup and strategic partnerships, image building and media interface, and Acma's dynamic regional chapters.
The remarkable resilience displayed by the industry and Acma's strong support has resulted in one of the best ever performances in the auto components industry in the fiscal year 2022. The industry witnessed a healthy growth of 23% with a turnover of $56.5 billion, outpacing its highest ever turnover in 2018-19.
The auto component sales to OEMs in the domestic market stood at $45.8 billion USD, registering a 22% growth. Exports grew by 43% to 19 billion USD, leading to a healthy trade surplus of 700 million USD, another first. The aftermarket, estimated at 10 billion USD, also witnessed a steady growth of 15%. Continuing with its efforts to facilitate business development, as also to create a global footprint for its members, Acma curated several tech shows and expos. The 6th edition of iAuto Connect 2021, together with the Acma Technology Partnership Summit and the EV Expo, had over 150 Indian auto component manufacturers displaying their latest products and technologies for international delegates from over 30 countries. Other notable events included witnessed heightened interactions with OEMs as the agenda for localization gathered steam. Acma organized tech shows with Hero Motocorp, Tata Motors, Hyundai Motor India, and Ashok Leyland, among others. Through its consistent engagement with both the central and state governments, Acma voices the industry's concerns for faster resolution. A slew of policy measures like extension of FAME 2 scheme, PLI on auto and auto components and on ACC batteries, policy initiatives on battery swapping and energy as service, safety and reduction of tailpipe emissions, among others, are creating a new paradigm of technological excellence for the automotive supply chain in India. Acma continues to work with renowned consultants as its knowledge partners. Several studies and reports were published during the year that include Living with Volatility, Survival, Revival and Growth, Acma PwC Study, EV Landscape, Opportunities for India's Auto Component Industry, Acma Yes Bank Study. Acma also continued to support its members through shop floor upgrading programs. A total of 33 tailor-made programs are being offered that has helped 70 plants achieve manufacturing excellence. The Acma Sustainable Manufacturing Program and Acma Program on Environment, Social and Governance Improvement was some of the new initiatives this year. Apart from these, more than 120 skilling, mentoring and training programs were held, including regional and national level quality circle competitions. Acma successfully organized the 7th Acma Atmanirbhar Excellence Awards and Technology Summit, recognizing its members for excellence in manufacturing, exports, product innovation, HR, and environmental safety. Acma continued its efforts to facilitate strategic partnerships in the industry. A new initiative on engagement with startups enabled creation of a close relationship between 16 Acma member companies and 34 startups. Some of this is expected to result in successful collaboration. Further, the Acma Leadership Lesson Series continues to inspire and enrich our membership by presenting entrepreneurial lessons across diverse industry verticals. The recent 20-member Acma CEO's delegation to Midlands, UK was fraught with learnings, as it provided an incisive perspective on innovation, R&D, and industry-academia collaboration in UK's automotive industry. To amplify the industry's voice and presence, significant efforts were made to put forth the industry's viewpoints across various media platforms. Acma continued to remain in the news with many interviews and opinion articles of Acma leadership published in leading dailies, electronic media, and trade magazines. That apart, the Acma social media handles are one of the most sought after for the latest in the auto component industry. Acma's future-ready initiatives address the needs of an industry in transition and to create the auto component industry of tomorrow. With a ceaseless schedule of activities, the Acma Center of Excellence delivered over 50 programs of different genre. Leading national and international experts shared their perspectives on diverse subjects such as new product development, new age manufacturing technologies, e-mobility, telematics, and Industry 4.0, to name a few. Among the many programs that the Young Business Leaders Forum organized, the Fireside Chat with President Acma was one of the best received. Acma's Young Business Leaders Forum also mounted a successful delegation to Vietnam to get insights into the automotive manufacturing ecosystem of the country. The dynamic environment of the near future is going to bring tough challenges, and along with it, newer opportunities. Acma is confident that together, we will overcome the challenges of times and transform ourselves to embark on a journey to a bright future. Acma, let's transform.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the film on the year gone by, and such a remarkable journey indeed. We would like to now begin the formal proceedings of the annual session of Acma. Ladies and gentlemen, whilst the year gone by was very difficult, President Acma has led us from the front, and indeed very well. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Sanjay Kapoor, President Acma, and Chairman Sona Comstar to formally deliver his welcome address.
Good afternoon. Mr. Amitabh Kant, Sherpa G20, Dr. Pavan Goenka, Chairman in Space and Chairman Scale Committee, Mr. R. Dinesh, President Designate CII and Executive Vice Chairman TVS Supply Chain Solutions, Ayush Kawasan, President SIAM and Executive Vice Chairman Maruti Suzuki Limited, Shraddha, Vice President Acma and Chairperson and Managing Director Subrose, Vinny, Director General Acma, captains of the vehicle industry, officials from the government and dignitaries, Acma past presidents, my colleagues from Acma Executive Committee and members of Acma, friends from the press and the media, and ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. It is my profound privilege to welcome you all to the 62nd annual session of Acma. It is indeed very heartening to see all of you in person here in a full house after a long gap of 2 years. My prayers and thoughts are with those families of those who we have lost to the pandemic. This event is happening in the backdrop of the highest growth in our economy and is a testimony to the right policies and interventions by our government in one of the most trying times. In fact, we are today the world's 5th largest economy, having outperformed that of Great Britain. Indeed, a Mahotsav, as we now are well set in the Amrit Kal to redefine the next 25 years in our countdown to 2047, the 100th year of Indian independence. My congratulations to all my fellow countrymen who we are indeed well begun. However, it is not yet time to rest on our laurels. I commence my address by expressing my sincere gratitude to our customers who have always supported us and guided us well throughout our journey. Your support and guidance during the challenging times of the pandemic was exemplary. It is during the hardest times that we faced when our customers supported us and the industry stood strong. Ayukawa-san, my heartiest congratulations to you on successfully completing your term as president of SIAM. You have undoubtedly led the entire industry well from the front despite the many adversaries and done us proud. And now, as you embark on your new role, I wish you great success in your future endeavors. To CII, for taking Acma as a partner and working tirelessly for the cause of the industry with the government. We're grateful to CII for giving our industry the due recognition in various CII platforms and committees. Mr. Dinesh, you are an integral part of the automotive industry, value chain, and continue to support us through your logistics business. Your initiatives to digitally reform the aftermarket are truly admirable. Mr. Amitabh Kant, you have been a true friend of the industry. We're thankful to you for envisioning a green and sustainable automotive value chain and encouraging the auto component industry to export. In your former role as CEO, Niti Aayog, you have been a catalyst for a paradigm shift in the mobility industry and a champion of clean energy. And now, as a Sherpa of G20, you're driving India's agenda to internationalization. A special welcome to our good friend and mentor, Dr. Pavan Goenka. We're indeed fortunate to have you as a mentor. Your leadership and support at Scale Committee have been invaluable in driving the auto industry's agenda for deep localization and exports. And we're hopeful that as a chairperson of InSpace, you will continue to help and guide the auto industry to plug into the aerospace industry as we spread our wings wider, no pun intended there. And we eagerly look forward to your address and the message to the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, as I look back on the year gone by, I look at it with great sense of satisfaction and pride. I assumed the office of President of Acma in August 2021 in the midst of an environment of volatility and disrupted supply chain. There were significant challenges in the front of availability and prices of raw materials, availability of semiconductors, and significant challenges on the logistics front. It is indeed very encouraging that the industry displayed remarkable resilience. The component manufacturers and OEMs continued to work closely in the spirit of mutual collaboration and collectively deal with the industry-wide challenges. I'm happy to mention that most of these challenges have moderated to some extent, and vehicle sales, especially in the CV and PV segments, now seem to have reached pre-pandemic levels. The tractor sales also continue unabated, and I'm hopeful that the demand of the two-wheelers will bounce back with the festive season just around the corner. Increased value addition to meet regulatory compliances, fast recovery in external markets, and traction in domestic markets have contributed to the remarkable growth of the auto component sector in FY 21-22. Significant growth was witnessed across all segments, including supply to OEMs, exports, as also the aftermarket. In this backdrop, the component industry witnessed a sale of $56.5 billion, which is a 23% growth, outpacing its highest ever turnover in FY 18-19. Our exports grew to $19 billion, leading to a trade surplus of $700 million, which is a first in its history. So congratulations to all of you. The aftermarket also witnessed a steady growth of 15% and reached $10 billion. And I'm hopeful that with the buoyancy in the market, this growth will continue through 22-23, and we will see another healthy and profitable year. At this juncture, I must also appreciate the support extended by us, to us by the Government of India, especially the Ministry of Heavy Industries, for enhancing the incentives and extending the FAME 2 scheme, for its generous selection of automotive component manufacturers in the PLI scheme for auto and auto components and advanced chemistry battery storage. This will indeed aid in developing India into an attractive alternative source to supply high-end components from India to the world. The world is fast moving towards sustainable development, driven by the need to reduce carbon footprint, as also to meet challenges of the environment and climate change. The situation in our country is not very different. Like most progressive governments, our government has also announced a roadmap of net zero by 2070. Further, with norms mandated for environment, social, and governance, or ESG, as a responsible industry, the automotive and auto component industry and all other stakeholders across the automotive value chain will need to shoulder their responsibility well by transitioning to zero-emission products, business models that are sustainable, aligned to circular economy, and have minimal adverse impact on the environment. With electric mobility clearly gaining great traction, the government is also propagating several other technologies such as alternative fuels, biofuels, CNG, LPG, LNG, and hydrogen, among others. All these are adding to a new dimension of the mobility space and its complexity, challenging us to keep up with the dynamics. With the disruption in the mobility space, we have seen several service businesses emerge. In fact, I would say that the number of service businesses in the mobility space are amongst the highest in the startup ecosystem. Going forward, the service mobility business will impact the design and build of the non-service business, and therefore will impact the design and build of the vehicles and also how we as consumers consume mobility. And this convergence will create some great new opportunities. Given the rapid transformation in the automotive industry at home and globally, as we strive to piece ourselves together to redefine and explore opportunities of growth, all at the same time, I'm sure there are many questions you are seeking answers to. Questions like, will EVs dominate the mobility landscape in India as they have in other automotive nations? If so, how can we transform ourselves to ensure our business continuity and stay relevant to our customers? With uncertainty in technology, business and regulatory environment, what are the new opportunities coming our way, and what would be most apt business models for us to follow? Will one size fit all? What strategic interventions do we need to make internal and external, technological and human, as individual and as a community, to become globally competitive? And what role will cybersecurity play in our businesses and our vehicles going forward? To answer these and deliberate on the way forward, we have themed our annual session, The Future of Mobility, Transforming to be Ahead of the Opportunity. I welcome the distinguished leaders from all spheres of the ecosystem who will share their insights today, especially on how to be future ready. Given the dynamism, the focus of the auto component industry in India is now looking inwards to transform itself in line with the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of an Atmanirbhar Bharat and become a net exporter. The Acma CIAM joint study initiated 2 years ago identified an opportunity for localization of components to the tune of 25 to 30,000 crores in the next 5 years. So I'll go a little off script. This morning I read a very interesting statistic. They said when you're public speaking, 7% is what people hear, 54% is how you say it, and the rest is how you look. So if I were to go by the 7% of what you hear, because I know a lot of you have been on your phone and may not have heard all the great statistics, I hope you will remember the great sales turnover we had in the export. But I will say, I will leave you with 3 key themes for this year, which I feel in my mind would be absolutely important for us as an industry. The first, and this is in no order of priority, but the first one I'll talk about is ESG. Environment, social, and governance is absolutely going to be absolutely important for us to create sustainable businesses, not just our own business, but across the value chain. Very recently, we had a conversation with a large tier 1 supplier out of Europe who clearly stated they will not do business or development for any ICE engine vehicles anymore, and will only look at the supply chain that is highly sustainable. When you look at social, the human aspect, today employees, when they go in for a job, they ask the company what their sustainability roadmap is. Governance, compliance, I don't need to talk about this. The other theme is cybersecurity. Given the fact that cars are becoming more connected and introducing more software into vehicles, as well as our workplace having transformed digitally so quickly, cybersecurity is going to be a key theme that's going to drive industry. And finally, electrification. Where is the industry headed? And how do we play an active role in the success of this revolution? So ESG, cybersecurity, electrification, if you remember these 3 things, I've done my job for the day. While times have been difficult in this critical phase of our journey, I'll go back to script, of Acma that calls for integrating all stakeholders, including those who are not part of the traditional ecosystem, and pave the road for members to compete and grow in an environment that is rapidly witnessing change. To this, I mean that the landscape, the competitive landscape is changing. At Acma, we onboarded 2 non-automotive companies onto our executive committee just to showcase the fact that our industry is changing so rapidly. Ladies and gentlemen, it has truly been a year of resilience and growth, and I thank all my peers who have given me the courage and strength to continue on this journey and to make Acma a more responsible, stronger, and well-engaged association. I'm confident that we will continue on the path of sustained growth despite the challenges. As I close, I sincerely acknowledge the support of the government at the center and states who have been extremely receptive to Acma's suggestions and inputs. I would also like to thank our members for their unwavering support. I'd like to thank Shraddha, our Vice President, my colleagues on the Executive Committee who have stood by me, particularly all my past presidents who have guided me in the right direction and given me the right direction. I also applaud the efforts and the support provided by the Acma Secretariat, without which I could not have delivered my agenda or my speech during my tenure. We are clearly headed in a very different new world, a world in which there will be numerous challenges, and with these challenges will emerge numerous opportunities. The automotive industry is fast transforming into what I like to call the mobility industry. We're excited about the kind of research and development and engineering and products, processes, materials and services that are taking place. We're conscious of the fact that we need to be responsible to work with all relevant stakeholders to ensure that we move towards building a safer, cleaner, sustainable, and more technologically advanced mobility automotive ecosystem. I'm confident that as an industry, we will not only overcome the current challenges facing us, but we will continue to create a new paradigm in technological excellence, sustainability, and global competitiveness. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Kapoor, for your extremely warm address. You shared with us the challenging and difficult year that has gone by, and at the same time, the inspiring way in which the industry has moved forward. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Mr. Kenichi Ayukawa, President SIAM and Executive Vice Chairman Maruti Suzuki India Limited. Ayukawa-san, as the President of SIAM, has redoubled the collective efforts of the vehicle industry to ensure a robust suppliers ecosystem, indeed a challenging task in these challenging environment. The entire Acma fraternity applauds him for his leadership and statesmanship. May I now invite Ayukawa-san, requesting him to kindly address us.
Mr. Amitabh Kant, Honorable Sherpa G20, Dr. Pavan Goenka, Chairman in Space and Chairman Scale Committee, Mr. R. Dinesh, President Designate, CII and Executive Vice Chairman, TVS Supply Chain Solution, Mr. Sanjay Kapoor, President Acma and Chairman Sona Comsters, Ms. Shada Suri Moha, Vice President Acma and Chairperson and MD Subrose. Senior government officials, auto component industry leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, namaskar. Thank you for inviting me on behalf of SIAM to the 62nd Annual Conference of Indian Auto Component Industry. I'm happy to see you all in person today after a long gap of 3 years. It is an honor and pleasure to have Mr. Amitabh Kant with us in this session. Sir, you have always been a strong pillar of support for the auto sector, especially for the component industry and MSMEs. Now that you have taken over a very crucial role of G20 Sherpa, just ahead of India's presidency, please accept our best wishes for this important project. Sir, we look forward to listening to you far-sighted view and valuable thought for the industry today. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate entire auto component industry for highest ever turnover in financial year 2021-22. I'm also grateful to Acma for their strong support and collaboration with SIAM in these last 2 years. SIAM and Acma have together drafted our first ever comprehensive localization roadmap for the industry. SIAM and Acma have also worked in close coordination for industry's significant contribution to the country during the pandemic. Be it scaling up the production capacity of PSA oxygen generation plant manufacturers, or facilitating production of ventilators, or taking up the production of face masks and PPE kits. I'm also happy to see that SIAM and Acma continue to work closely on many regulation and policy issues. I hope to see such healthy collaboration between SIAM and Acma in future as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to share a brief about the auto industry. Indian automobile industry is key driver of economic growth in the country. With around 120 billion US dollars in turnover, our industry contributes about 6% to Indian GDP and 35% the manufacturing output. Our industry generates employment for more than 3 crore people and contribute to GST around 1.5 lakh crore rupee. Currently, automobile industry is going through a unique phase. Some segments have started to see recover after the pandemic, while some other segments are still struggling. For example, mass segments like entry-level cars and two-wheeler are facing huge reduction in demand owing to significant increase in the acquisition cost. For some other segments which are seeing good demand, there are supply-side challenges, mainly being the semiconductor shortage. Overall, due to these challenges, all segments, be it passenger vehicle, two-wheeler, three-wheeler, or commercial vehicles, are still below the industry's peak of 2018-19. Ladies and gentlemen, as we embark on the journey of Amrit Kaal for the next 25 years, Sriram and Acma should collaborate and put significant effort to bring back and sustain the growth of the industry. Aligned with the nationwide object of oil import reduction and energy security, industry is also working hard to develop multiple clean energy alternatives. These including battery electric and ethanol, flex fuel, CNG, biogas, hybrid electric, and hydrogen. I'm thankful to the government for launching the PLI scheme for automobile and auto component industry for advanced chemistry cell and also a special scheme for electronic components. I'm hopeful that the component industry will take advantage of this scheme. I also hope that technology players will be encouraged to commit resources and invest in India for manufacturing advanced technology components. At this juncture, I have some specific requests for the auto component industry. To ensure a long-term sustainable growth, industry should focus on 1. Increasing localization. We have to go much deeper and find ways to localize smallest of the components, including raw material, wherever possible. 2. Improving and sustaining higher level of quality. Indian auto industry has gained a large scale both in the domestic market and export. At this big scale, quality holds a very high significance. Any small mistake can be harmful not only for the industry, but also for the brand making India. 3. Investing in new futuristic technology. Honorable Prime Minister has committed a target of net zero carbon emission by 2070 and 45% reduction by 2030. In our journey of decarbonization to achieve these targets, industry should put effort and invest in all feasible futuristic technology. 4, investing in R&D. I would encourage significant investment in the area of research and development, contributing toward making India a R&D hub for the world. And 5, it is very important, reinvesting in the core business. I always tell my supplier partner at Maruti Suzuki that reinvesting in the core business is very important. It not only strengthens your financial, but also improve your ability to deal with challenges. With this, I would like to conclude my talk. Tomorrow, I will complete my 2-year term as Siam President. I am thankful to Acma for their support to Siam during my tenure and hope to see continuous positive and healthy partnership in future as well. As I close, I look forward to see you over the Siam Annual Convention tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aikawa-san, and for sharing with us a brief insight into the automotive industry. Ladies and gentlemen, before calling upon our chief guest for his kind address, we have the pleasant task of presenting the Quality Circle Competition Award for 2022. A recognition towards the efforts of the industry shop floor associates towards problem solving, thereby enhancing quality, improving productivity, and reducing costs and waste. The association, through its regions North, South, East, and West, organizes each year the coveted Quality Circle or the QC competition. This year, a total of 265 teams participated in the QC competition, of which 12 emerged as the finalists of the national competition, which was held on the 19th of August 2022 at the Acma Center of Excellence in Sonipat. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the winner. Team Rani winners of Rani Brake Lining Limited emerged as the winner of the 17th National Quality Circle competition. May I request Mr. Amitabh Khan and our respected dignitaries to please come forward to present the award. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Many congratulations. Thank you, dignitaries and Team Rani winners. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now release the Acma McKinsey study on the future of mobility transforming to be ahead of these opportunities, which is also the theme of our event. The study brings to fore how e-mobility is disrupting the automotive value chain as it gets rapidly adopted across all segments of the vehicle categories around the globe and in India. What could be possible new opportunities for the Indian auto component industry from the discontinuities due to such a transformation, and how the industry can harness these opportunities. Suggestions for anchor actions required from government, industry bodies, and individual companies to turn adversities into opportunities. We are joined by Mr. Shivanshu Gupta and Mr. Shrikant Inampuri, both senior partners at McKinsey & Company, who joined us on stage, and our honorable chief guests and dignitaries have helped release this important study. Ladies and gentlemen, you can download the entire report by McKinsey & Company and the compendium of other valuable knowledge papers contributed by eminent consultants Chrysler, E&Y, Enrac, Frost & Sullivan, and Grant Thornton from the Acma website, acma.in. And you can also scan the QR code provided in the delegate kit for your personal copy of these reports. Thank you, distinguished dignitaries. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest needs no introduction. We are indeed very pleased to have with us Mr. Amitabh Kant, a stalwart with many notable achievements and feats. Immensely passionate about transforming India and well known for his hugely popular campaign, God's Own Country, Incredible India, Startup India, Ease of Doing Business, and Make in India, a man to go in times of crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my proud privilege to invite Mr. Amitabh Kant, requesting him to deliver his inaugural address.
Mr. Sanjay Kapoor, Acma President, Mr. Kenichi Ayukawa, President Siam, Mr. Dinesh, Mr. Pavan Goenka, Mr. Vinny Mehta, Shraddha Suri, all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly delighted to be here at this annual function of Acma, and I'm really delighted to learn that you've had a record turnover during the previous year. But let me assure you that this is just the beginning of the story, and that you will continue to grow at rapid rates year after year for many years to come. This is going to be simply because India is the fastest growing large economy in the world at present. But the Prime Minister, when he talks about Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, he's talking about transforming India in one generation. That is growing rapidly and accelerating the pace of growth at rates of 9 to 10% per annum, year after year, for 3 decades or more, and transforming India much like what Japan did in 50s, or much later Korea did in 70s, or Singapore did in 80s, or what China did in recent times. So if you accelerate the pace of growth to that level, you are actually aiming to be close to a $30 trillion economy by the time you turn 100 in 2047. And this cannot be done without the automotive component industry, which has been a very key driver of India's growth story. So this will be totally critical that the automobile sector and the automotive component industry grows and prospers at a very rapid pace. Secondly, it will grow at rapid pace because India's urbanization process has just begun. And the process of urbanization has ended across the United States of America, it's ended across Japan, it's ended across Europe. In India, it's just begun. And in the next 5 decades, you'll see over 500 million Indians getting into the process of urbanization. That is, the challenge for India is really to create 2 Americas in the next 5 decades. 2 Americas in the next 5 decades, and create actually a Chicago in a very sustainable manner every 2 years. A new Chicago every 2 years. That's the challenge. Now the advantage for India is that unlike America, which has 980 cars per 1,000 people, and Europe, which has 800 cars per 1,000 people, India has only 20 cars per 1,000 people. So you have the ability to technologically leapfrog, which America and Europe tries to do. The level of destruction will be enormous, whereas in India, from 20 cars per 1,000 people, your ability to technologically leapfrog is enormous. And my view is that the green mobility revolution is really knocking on our doors, whether we like it or not, and India's focus has to be on shared, connected, and an electric transportation movement. Now, transition to electric mobility is gaining ground simply because the cost of battery, which is a very major component, about 40 to 45% of the cost of vehicle, is falling rapidly. It's seen a decline of over 100% in the last 5 to 6 years. And it's going to come down to below $100 per kilowatt hour. And when it happens, the cost, not the total cost of ownership is even lower even now, but the initial cost of ownership without any FAME subsidy will make it cheaper than the combustion vehicle. And therefore, what will happen is that the huge amount of innovation that is taking place in the battery space, there's a huge amount of innovation taking place not merely in the lithium-ion battery sector. There is a huge amount of demand taking place for safer, lasting longer, more energy-efficient batteries. And, you know, there are a huge number of companies working in this space right now. Internationally, if you look at it, there's a huge amount of innovation taking place in sodium-ion batteries, redox flow batteries, nanowire batteries, metal air. One of our Indian companies, Log9, one company based in Pune, KPIT, all of them are doing a huge amount of innovation, and there's also a movement towards new generation, solid states, lithium metal, a whole range of new technologies which are taking place. And so from Volkswagen to Mercedes-Benz to a whole range of companies which are switching over to there's a company called QuantumScape owned by Sadaji Indian, which is doing solid state batteries in a very big way. You have, Reliance, which has just bought over this company called Faradion in UK, which is doing a huge amount of work in sodium ion. You have Finergy from Israel, which is collaborating with Indian Oil here for metal air. And you have Log9. Log9 is doing aluminum fuel cells. It's a startup company which is now being supported by Sequoia. So what you are seeing is a huge amount of disruption across the world. I mean, you look at China, 40% of the global market by one company, CATL China. What are they aiming at? Kirin batteries, million mile over a 16-year lifespan from one battery. Now, this is the extent of disruption that will take place. So you will see safer, non-flammable, solid electrolytes, more dense energy-wise, faster charging, greater range, longer shelf-life. All this you will see in the coming 1 to 2 years. Huge amount of disruption in the battery sector. So my belief is that whether you like it or not, and all of you, disruption is just round the corner in a very big way. There's an electric revolution which will take place, which will make electric vehicles more affordable, more accessible, more inclusive, and citizens will take to them whether you like it or not, and the export markets will all be electric. And the focus will not merely be on electric vehicles, but also on moving people towards public transportation, because urbanization in America, while it was driven by vehicles, urbanization in other parts of the world will be driven by public transportation. And how do you make public transportation go electric, which Indian Railways is doing now, that by 2030 Indian Railways will become totally electric. And what we are trying to do in buses, because that is going to be a huge market, and I'll talk about that, that is going to be massive. But to my mind, I'm a believer that India's electrification journey is to be about two-wheelers and three-wheelers. It has to be about two-wheelers and three-wheelers because 80% of the total sales of vehicles is really about two-wheelers and three-wheelers in India right now. And we need to target in the next 4 years, to my mind, India needs to target 100% electrification of these two segments. Go 100% electric on two-wheelers and three-wheelers, get the size and scale of two-wheelers, three-wheelers, vehicle manufacturing, and their entire value chain of components, so that India emerges as a global champion of electric two-wheelers and three-wheelers. That we become, if you are a center of two-wheeler, three-wheeler, and combustion vehicle manufacturing, don't lose that champion position simply because disruption is happening. Become the champion of the new technology and penetrate global markets with new technology. That is going to be the future, and this is very critical to my mind, that Indian companies must become the champions of two-wheelers and three-wheelers. The second key component to my mind is a very robust public transportation, which will have to be the key of good urbanization, whether we like it or not. In India, you have over about 400,000 public transportation buses which are in a ramshackled manner, 400,000 buses. Now, we had recently done, Niti Aayog has driven two major things. One was this PLI schemes for auto components and the PLI for advanced chemistry cell battery, and we've conceptualized the scheme of 14 PLI schemes, but these two were specifically to drive transformation in the electric and battery sector. But one other key thing that we drove was a tender for 5,450 electric buses. This was a tender for 6 cities. We worked with, we did over 150 meetings with 9 cities, and finally we were able to convince 6 cities to pool because they had different standards, different flooring, all kind of differentiation, but we managed to convince 6 commissioners and mayors to pool their buses, and 5,450 buses tender we put out. And the rates of, they are all on OPEX basis, and what it demonstrated is that when you are able to pool together and do a tender, you will get prices which are cheaper than diesel prices. And therefore, my view is that there will be a radical shift towards, in metros and states, towards electric buses, because the next lot of tender that we are planning to put out we are working towards is to put out 50,000 buses, pool 50,000 buses and put out a tender on an OPEX basis. So there's huge opportunity if 400,000 buses is required in India in these by different metros. If we can pool them together, and there's a huge opportunity existing to electrify these. And as we shift, the model is going to shift from owning and operating buses to regulating buses over a 12-year fixed fee contract. And the challenge will be to find ways to finance these contracts and reduce the credit risk of the state transport undertakings. And this will really be the key story of the future, that how do you really bring in pooling, which we've done in LED very successfully, we've done this in vaccination very successfully. So many of these things will be happening. And the government has taken a series of measures. You know, the GST for electric buses is 5% as compared to 28% for ICE vehicles. It's 48% for hybrid, but for electric we've kept it at 5%. Income tax deduction of over 1.5 lakhs on loans taken for purchase of electric vehicles. We worked with all state governments, Niti Aayog worked with all state governments, and today 26 states and union territories have their policies on electric vehicles, and we've seen a huge range of young entrepreneurs, from Ather, Ola, Talk, Okinawa, Revolt, Enflux, they disrupted the market, whether you like it or not. And if you don't want to, if you're not going to change, the world is not going to wait for you. Let me tell you, young entrepreneurs, startups will disrupt the market, and everyone else will have to follow. And therefore, everyone else has followed. Let me be clear. Bajaj, Hero, TVS, everybody has followed, and the market for electrics will explode in the days to come, whether you like it or not. And therefore, my view is that India must emerge as a leader. That will happen if all of you take the lead, and all of you, because this disruption is taking place all over the world. I mean, look at one company, Tesla. Where was Toyota when Tesla came in? Tesla's valuation today is more than the valuation of 12 other top companies of the world. One EV company valuation more than 12 other companies of the world. And therefore, the writing is absolutely clear on the wall, and India must accelerate the pace and become a leader in this. So my view is that there are some challenges, and those challenges relate to, firstly, I think there is a very high interest rate, and we need to bring down lower interest rates for electric vehicles. There is a very high collateral and insurance charges which need to be brought down. We've discussed this with World Bank, which is willing to provide multilateral financial support to establish first loss guarantees, because the resale price of an electric vehicle is very low, and therefore we need to build that market up, and World Bank said that they will provide multilateral financing institutions. They are working with a series of banks which we are working towards. Now, in Niti Aayog, we'd also done the study of mobilizing electric vehicle financing in India over the next decade, and the cumulative capital investment of about 20 lakh crore would be required for charging infra and batteries, and that is something which is critical, and World Bank was also looking at how to provide that kind of a financing. But there is to my mind, there's a key challenge, and that challenge is of relying on imported components and parts. The FAME scheme, we had built into it that 50% should be localized, so that we radically shift towards local component manufacturing and resolve for making in India. And therefore, the entire value chain needs to be built in India so as to reduce cost. This is very, very critical to my mind, and all the component manufacturers must take the lead to build the entire value chain. There's also a challenge of relying on imported batteries, which account for 40% of the total purchase cost of battery today, and that's why we came up with the production-linked incentive scheme for battery, and I was really amazed. Everybody said that we wanted 50 gigawatt worth of battery manufacturing to be set up. The bids came for 130 gigawatts. 130 gigawatts, unbelievable. And we had a number of international companies, we had a number of domestic companies, and in addition to PLI, we have a number of other companies like Suzuki, which did not participate, Maruti did not participate, but they're putting up their electric mobility. So my view is that, electric battery manufacturing and the PLI for automobile and auto component, which also shifts you towards new technology, will be a game changer. And as India's battery manufacturing capability expands and supply chains are established, India will actually be producing battery cells and packs in India. And when you do battery cells and packs in India, you are actually doing 82% of the value addition. Raw material of lithium, cathode, and etc. just account for 18%. I don't think we need to worry about that. Let's crack the 82% value addition for battery cells and packs, and if we can do that, you can capture 80%, close to 80% of the total economic opportunity in this world. So this is, to my mind, a key thing that we've pushed for production-linked incentive battery manufacturing. You're going to see close to about 100 gigawatt of battery cells and packs being manufactured in India. You're going to see a huge shift from PLI towards new auto components and new automobiles for PLI support. You have already provided lower rates of taxes. You're providing to the consumer 1.5 lakhs worth of support and buying. So government has pushed the limits of policy as far as electric vehicles are concerned. We've also pushed the limits as far as biofuels are concerned, and ethanol, which used to be just 1 or 2%, has moved up to 10%. Record in very short while of 1 year will go up to 20% in the coming years. And I think it's important to realize that when I talk about shared, connected, and electric mobility revolution, it's important to understand that India has actually got the best IT industry. And there is a need for a very close convergence with the coming of the IT, information technology industry with the e-mobility, with all the automobile components, because the coming e-mobility revolution would actually be driven by, will be powered by electronics, artificial intelligence, and automation. These will be the key. Really the key to the growth, and all this power, electronics, artificial intelligence and automation, IT will have to play a major role. So electric vehicles will have a higher level of value addition of electronics and IT components, and therefore auto component manufacturers need to work with IT companies in a very big way. So the world's finest IT sector of India can be a very, very dynamic and a very vibrant incubator of innovation and R&D for this new electric mobility revolution of tomorrow. And, my belief is that the auto component industry's big revolution, the big growth story, the story of its growth of about 10 to 15% or 20% growth year after year for the next 3 to 4 decades in India has just begun. It's just begun because of urbanization, because, people will buy more vehicles, people will buy more two-wheelers, three-wheelers. But it's not just about the domestic consumption market. It's about becoming a global champion and penetrating global markets. Nobody else has top-class entrepreneurship. Nobody else has the spirit of excellence. Nobody else has the dynamism and the spirit of innovation other than the automobile component manufacturers of India. I mean, you've demonstrated this again and again and again and again, that actually one sector which has excelled in India, one sector which is truly the pride of India, is the automotive component sector of India. And therefore all of us in government really look forward to your decades and decades of growth and really taking India into the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav and the Azadi Kal Ka Amrit Mahotsav as the Prime Minister's envisaged. So I wish you all luck and all success in the coming days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Amitabh Kant, for your extremely notable inaugural address. Indeed, India must lead from the front to become a world leader. Thank you so much for your time and presence. And Mr. Amitabh Kant will be leaving the annual session for his other important commitments. But before that, may I request Mr. Sanjay Kapoor to kindly present the memento to him as a token of our appreciation. Let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with the program. Ladies and gentlemen, the Confederation of Indian Industry, or CII, continues to play an exemplary role in championing the cause of the Indian industry to ensure a conducive manufacturing and investment climate in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. R. Dinesh, President-Designate CII and Executive Vice Chairman of TVS Supply Chain Solutions, to share his perspective on how the auto components industry can take head-on the challenges of disruptions and yet stay relevant. Over to you.
Aika Vasan, Pavan Goenka, Sanjay Kapoor, Shraddha Suri, Vinny, and friends from Acma, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of CII, it gives me great pleasure to join the annual event of Acma. And I would like to add my congratulations to a wonderful year, a great performance, and considering from where we have come from, I think again, I would like to applaud the effort of all Acma members to make this happen. But I think still the opportunity is so huge, and I would actually specifically like to address only two specific points. But before that, I thought, since Sanjay mentioned in his opening remarks that last year there was this big issue of the logistics cost, I'm sure all Acma members will be very happy to hear that in September, the shipping rates to most, I would say, component exporting countries have dropped by more than 50%. So here is your opportunity to actually use that to further increase your exports and see how we can grow the opportunity further. But as I said, I think there is obviously very clearly the shift to mobility happening. And the question before all of us is that shift a question of electric, or is it a question of any other technologies coming in to make that mobility happen? Therefore, looking at it from the component industry, I think the challenge before us is, are we actually going to change dramatically, or are we going to do something maybe very different? And the two suggestions I just want to leave with Acma and its members are relevant to that. First is the question of what I would call our share in the market. And from whatever I have seen, and I also looked at the McKinsey report, I think we are speaking about less than 4.6% or 5%, so a single-digit share of the total component sector. So the question before us is, irrespective of what happens to the changes in mobility, is there a way by which we can actually build global scale, both from a manufacturing perspective and also from the supply chain perspective, meaning being part of the global supply chain, considering the pace and speed with which especially the global companies are looking at moving away from what they think are the past industries. If I looked at the total sector, maybe about 25 to 30% of the market is available for us to work with and actually take the lead in. And considering the percentage we have today, I think you will still see significant headroom available for us to be able to grow. We know that there have been significant success stories within the component manufacturers who have actually grown global, but I think this has to become the norm rather than the exception. But the real challenge is, how do we make this more uniform? How do we make it accessible to the smallest member of Acma and the industry which really want to be able to make this? So the one specific suggestion on this matter would be to look at actually working, and CII would be happy to partner with Acma in that, of trying to create a pool of sovereign capital, like the NIIF, which can actually go and look at acquiring global capacities and bring them into India. There would be a sovereign risk attached to it. There would be a fund created with that. Obviously, private capital can come into that. But if you look at the NIIF as an example, it's a commercial fund, but backed by the sovereign guarantee of the government. That actually will help us scale significantly. There, we could have a consortium of the automotive component manufacturers coming on board, joining together, taking over a portion of the supply chain, meaning manufacturing it locally, and or, so to say, outsourcing it to the MSMEs so that they can also be funded and they are not left behind in their growth opportunity. This obviously is a step which cannot happen with the government, without the government support. Therefore, we will need to go to them with a specific action plan. The PLI actually has opened doors for private sector investment to happen. The sovereign fund will actually help us scale that globally, and I would say take a large amount of the risk out of the capital which private sector will have to invest. And therefore, that's an opportunity which I would like to leave with. And again, this also supports the MSME as a sector. The second suggestion is something which is, I think again Sanjay mentioned that aftermarket is something which is dear to my heart. I know that global size as per various studies is close to 300 billion. But if I further dice it and look at it from purely the component manufacturers who are present in Acma and their share, I think we are still speaking about close to $100 billion of opportunity. I think today we are less than 2 to 3% of that share. The challenge there is, how do we build the range? How do we build the product which actually can be used? Because it's not, there is enough scope available, excluding the safety critical components, to be able to play in the aftermarket sector. But the investment has to be made in terms of building the range. The second problem is, how do we build the brand? It doesn't necessarily mean that component manufacturers need to build their brand, which is what global companies have done. But as an Indian component manufacturer, the solution would be to either acquire a distribution chain or have the access to the brand being created in such a manner that it allows us to grow. Here also, if you look at the current, say, the 19 billion exports, I think we are speaking about a potential to double that in less than 3 years. And that's what, again, the question will be investment, but I don't see a big problem there because you have a ready-made market with a higher margin available to be able to access. But this has to be a concerted effort by Acma, and again, both on my personal behalf and on behalf of CII, happy to work as to how we can create this as a platform which we can use further. In fact, Sanjay, I think you were there in Chennai when we spoke about launching an aftermarket e-commerce platform. But these are all very minuscule steps of, I would say, exposing the Indian aftermarket, the auto component industry to the global aftermarket support. Therefore, I feel if you really want to be able to build global scale and acquire the technologies, now is the time. When people really want to exit from so-called left-behind sectors, which are, in my mind, still sunrise sectors for us. So we should be able to access that and go. And the final point I would mention is, I don't think India has the capacity, while we understand the changes in mobility coming in and our play from the potential investments which we will need to make, can we sustain two things? One, the capex, and also the losses which we have to fund to be able to grow. So I would actually advocate that we go with the counterintuitive approach of selecting the sector where we can generate cash and use that cash to come back into the, so to say, new technologies which we are speaking of. Of course, there will be companies which can afford to do that, but as an overall sector, especially through Acma and through CII, I think we have a unique opportunity to scale this up, and my target would be, or my approach would be, to say, can we be 10 times higher in 5 years? That, I think, would be something which will see a genuine sunrise for all of us to not just be global scale, but make truly Atmanirbhar Bharat happen and be successful along with that. I wish Acma all success, not only for this event, but also for the future ahead. Happy to partner and work with from the CII side, and look forward to seeing you soon with even more success stories which we can celebrate and which we can talk about as future opportunities. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, and all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Dinesh, for your noteworthy address and for your extremely valuable suggestions. Immensely passionate about creating a world-class automotive value chain in the country, Dr. Goenka is a friend, philosopher, and guide to the Indian auto component industry. With over 4 decades of rich leadership experience in the automotive industry, Dr. Goenka continues to drive transformation in not just automotive industry, but in several others through the Scale Committee of the Ministry of Commerce. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my proud privilege to invite Dr. Pavan Goenka, Chairman in Space, as also Chairman Scale and former MD of Mahindra & Mahindra, our keynote speaker, requesting him for his keynote address.
Ayuka-san, Dinesh, Sanjay, Shraddha, Vinny, and friends. I'm delighted to be here with you. The hall full of people. After 3 years, we are back in our favorite place, the Taj Palace. And it's good to see that nobody has aged in 3 years, looks like. In fact, people have become younger. So it's a great, great event, occasion to be back together again. But Sanjay, when you gave me the Lifetime Achievement Award 6 months ago, I thought that was also goodbye and also my last speech at Acma. But you surprised me by inviting me again to talk here today. So thank you very much for that. I want to repeat one sentence that I had given in my speech for Lifetime Achievement Award. What I consider my biggest lifetime achievement is the strong bond, friendship, love, and respect that I have received from people that I have worked with. And you know that I mean it when I say that Acma members are on the top of that list. Thank you very much. But before I look ahead, I have to look in the rearview mirror a little bit, because I am past, you are future. And marvel at how much the Indian auto industry has evolved in the last 25 years. From being a budding industry in early 90s to be amongst top 5 globally is a remarkable achievement. And as I've said on numerous occasions, I'll repeat that the supply committee, the Acma members, had a big role to play in that. We had a late start in making our vehicles clean and safe, but now we are amongst the best in the world. Our consumers don't have to contend anymore with previous generation technology. All the players, OEMs, suppliers from all over the world are bringing the latest technology and platforms into India. We had a late start in electric vehicles, but I'm sure that just like safety and emission, I'm sure we will catch up and leap ahead. On a personal front, I had a memorable run in the auto industry, both in the USA and India. I fondly recall my conversations, meetings that I used to have with Shraddha's father and Sanjay's father when we were doing the original Scorpio. And now, after 20 years with Shraddha and Sanjay, when we were doing the Thar, the XUV400, 700, and Scorpio N in the initial phases of development. And in fact, there are many people here where I have worked with the fathers and now sons are taking it forward. And very happy to see that the sons and daughters are maintaining a legacy of their father, but taking it further and creating their own legacy. The two of the products, XUV 700 and Scorpio N, were launched after my retirement, but I cannot help but be proud of what Mahindra Group has achieved in terms of having 3 blockbuster products launched in a span of 2 years. 1 lakh booking in a span of 30 minutes is something that is unheard of. I also miss the deep dive supplier meetings that Velu used to organize whenever I went to MRV for the PD reviews. What I would like to say, though this is not the right forum for it, but this is my only opportunity, is to compliment the Mahindra team for perfect execution and perfect launch of these products. And thank you all, a big thank you, for putting your heart and soul into making these products the best ever Mahindra products. I'm keenly looking forward to the response to the XUV400. Now let us look ahead. 4 years ago, in a talk in the same forum, I talked about 7 things. I'll just repeat. IC engines are not dead. EVs are here to stay. Regulatory environment will get more aggressive. Lightweighting will become a much higher priority. Profit pool will shift. Protection will grow. Technology will be the name of the game. I dare say that all of these points are as relevant today as they were 4 years ago. A couple of more points may have been added, like hydrogen-driven engines or vehicles and impact of PLI scheme. The biggest transformation that is happening is obviously electric vehicles. And I'm sure that all speakers will talk about it during the day. In fact, Amitabh has covered almost everything about electric vehicles, and McKinsey report also will go into it later after lunch. So I won't spend too much time on electric vehicles. Just to say that electric vehicles is the biggest opportunity for some and perhaps biggest threat for others. You need to make sure that you are on the right side of the dividing lines. Leaders of today may fall behind and new leaders may emerge in electric vehicle field, as you are already beginning to see the signs of that happening. On a lighter vein, from about 2015, I've been saying in every forum that electric vehicles have arrived, electric vehicles are about to take off. I had lost complete credibility. For 6 years, electric vehicles kept arriving. So much so that media stopped covering anything that I said about electric vehicles. And I guess the electric vehicle god was waiting for me to retire before the electric vehicles took off, but I'm glad that they're taking off now. Today there is no doubt about it. I don't think anyone in this room will doubt that electric vehicles are here to arrive, are here to stay. Today Tatas are leading in 4-wheelers, Mahindras in 3-wheelers, Tata, Leyland, BYD are strong in commercial vehicles, and multiple emerging players in 2-wheeler, as Amitabh also talked about. But none of these companies can afford to take a breather. because many more are around the corner in each segment and will be coming in very aggressively. And I do want to add that everyone needs to watch what happens to the hydrogen fuel, because that may be another sort of new frontier and that will open in India. So Sanjay talked about excellent growth of the Acma members in the last year, very impressive from any measure. Whether you look at the last 2 years or look at last 20 years, we have done very well in the component industry. But obviously, dil mange more. And as Amitabh said, 20% growth for 3 to 4 decades. I cannot even calculate what that size would be if you grew 20% for 3 to 4 decades. But anyways, that's what we need to look forward to. So what are the opportunities that we have other than electric vehicles and hydrogen that we talked about and will talk about more in the new age of mobility? Ayukawa-san talked about 5 things. I also have 5 things. In fact, most of these things have been kind of covered by some of the other in the previous talks. So 5 things that I want to talk about are no rocket science. Localization, export, IC engines, that may surprise you, advanced technology, and startup innovation. Now, I would hasten to say that all the low-hanging fruits have been taken care of, are gone. Now, you will have to work harder to stay relevant and grow. So let me start off with localization. Today, Indian auto industry is importing more than $20 billion worth of components and subsystems. For an industry that is as Atmanirbhar as auto industry is, that simply is not acceptable. Acma, working with SIAM and the SEAL committee, has done a lot of groundwork. Some import will happen, should happen, no doubt about it. But I think there's a lot of opportunity that we have. There's a lot of opportunity that we have in terms of reducing import and doing local value addition without compromising on technology, quality. What is a special treatment for me? Very nice. Okay. All right. Oh. Does it look like I have a dry throat? Okay, I'll big focus has to be on electronics, and Government of India also is focusing on that. There are many PLI schemes that will help in localizing electronics. I would also like to add that often for OEMs, it is an easier route to import. If you really want to get into local value addition, the OEMs will have to work hard with the suppliers to make it happen and put some serious effort into this. But sometimes it ain't easy. Let me give you one example. Permanent magnet motors. With the electric vehicles coming in, that's going to become core. Today, these motors are fully imported, except maybe some CKD assembly. But I think most people didn't know, I didn't know, that India has 5th largest reserve of rare earth material that goes into making permanent magnets. Yet, we do not make a single permanent magnet. But it will have to be done with close cooperation between multiple players. First, IREL, that owns the raw material, will have to work with the processors. The startups that want to process RE oxide to permanent magnet will have to come in. Companies that will design and manufacture motors using Indian permanent magnet have to work on it. And the OEMs will have to applicate Indian motors into their products. So a lot of steps have to happen if we have to succeed in making permanent magnet motors in India. A lot of effort on various fronts, but if we succeed, there's a potential of $3 to $5 billion industry of permanent magnet motors, just for the automotive industry, leave alone many other industries that we have. The second area is export. The big opportunity for suppliers in India, of course, is export, because import only you can do so much reduction. It is the export that will have to grow. 1.5% share in global component export, I would say, is pitiful. Why should India not be at least 5% that Korea is? What are we lacking? In my view, there are 3 or 4 things that perhaps need to be focused on a little more. Creating scale, investing in capacity ahead of demand, getting our logistic cost right. Dinesh talked about how things have improved in the last few months, but I think we still have some ways to go. Absolute consistency in quality, large-scale adaptation of Industry 4.0, and of course, owning technology. And I'll get into that a little more. Again, PLI schemes are here to help the industry for the next 5 years. I'd asked this question 2 years ago, before the PLI schemes were announced. What will it take to make the buyers from large multinational OEMs to make a beeline to India to buy components from here? What will it take for the multinational suppliers like Bosch, Continental, Magna, Eisen to integrate India into their GVC? I don't think that we still have that answer clearly. The third thing that I want to talk about is IC engines. Now my guess is that IC engine vehicles in India will continue to grow, though at a slower pace, for the next 5 to 7 years. Many other countries in the world will have a much faster or much more aggressive ramp down of IC engines. And with the volumes going down, and with high-cost countries in Western Europe and US, it may become difficult commercially to continue to build IC engine vehicle components. And therefore, there will be consolidation. The challenge for us is, or the opportunity for us is, how do we ensure that consolidation happens in India? Can India become the proverbial last man standing in IC engines, component manufacturing and supply? And I think it will require a strategic approach. Perhaps it's not a question of one supplier or one company working on it, but Acma, maybe with the help of McKinsey, can come up with a strategy on how India can become the last man standing for IC engine components and vehicles. Government of India has given the industry the biggest enabler in the PLI scheme. The architect of PLI was here. Auto industry is the biggest beneficiary. This opportunity will never come again. I think I want everybody to realize that it's not a 5-year of windfall. It is 5 years of opportunity given so that after 5 years, we are as competitive as anyone else in the world. We have the scale that is required to be competitive and an unmatched value proposition. Unfortunately, many people think, I'm going to make more money in the 5 years. That's not what the PLI scheme is for. Now let me talk about advanced technology. Put your hands on your heart and ask yourself, what disruptive technology have we developed in India in the automotive industry? We have done very well in adopting technology. We have done very well in making expensive technology affordable. Why should we not do equally well in innovating technology? My 1-year association with space industry has convinced me that if we put our mind to it, we can be as good in technology as anyone else. When I walk around the ISRO centers, I often wondered why auto industry does not have access to the technology that the space industry in India has. ISRO has unmatched high-end expertise in composites and lightweighting at VSSC, sensors at IISU and LEOS, heat pipes and thermal management at URSC, microwave radars and collision avoidance at SSC, advanced electronics at multiple centers, and much, much more. Is there a possibility to spin off these technologies to auto? I'm well aware that auto industry cannot afford the cost of a space industry. One rocket costs about 300 crores. I don't think auto industry can make a car for 300 crores. But all the same, I think if we work jointly between the experts in the space industry and experts in auto industry, we can perhaps solve the cost puzzle. We are planning a technical workshop in Trivandrum between ISRO experts and auto R&D teams. Our IITs are doing cutting-edge R&D work, but IIT industry collaboration is not very strong. We have talked about this many times. They're innovating projects like lightweighting, structural shapes using 3D printing, disruptive proposal from IIT Madras to replace multitudes of ECUs with just a few, without losing flexibility and modularity. These projects will require a strong collaboration with the component manufacturers, with the OEMs, and in some cases, serious funding requirement that might come from the government departments. Government is quite keen to support R&D like this. So can we create a consortium of all of these people to cause disruption in technology and have our own technology in India that we will use in India and export from India? Just a little marketing pitch. On 14th and 15th of October, all the IITs are coming together for the first time ever to showcase R&D projects that are relevant to the industry. It's happening right here in IIT Delhi. I request automotive OEMs and suppliers to attend this event if you can, to get a sense of the kind of R&D that is being done at IITs, and I can tell you that you will be pleasantly surprised. Last thing I want to touch upon is the startup ecosystem that has now become very strong in India. Amitabh just touched upon it a little bit. Again, I will draw a parallel from the space industry. You must be aware that the government of India had opened up the space sector for private enterprise just about 2 years ago. In fact, the primary role that I have as chairman of InSpace is to enable private enterprises to succeed in space while at the same time regulate their activities. The space sector now has more than 100 startups, and at least a dozen of them are at the verge of achieving technological breakthroughs. The space industry, as you know, is technologically very complex. Yet these young startups, in most cases average age of about 27 years, are causing technical disruption. And government is hoping that the startups will become the foundation to take the $8 billion space industry to $40 billion in 8 to 10 years. Now, automotive industry also has literally hundreds of startups. The question that I ask is that are the established players working with them, partnering with them, or seeing them as competition? And I'm afraid there are many situations where they are probably seen as competition and wished away. I urge you to nurture startups within your own organization, have your own startups, or fund startups, or partner with the startups. The opportunity that we have here is absolutely limitless because they will redefine the future, as Amitabh said. So let me sum up by saying that while the automotive industry globally is facing challenges, in India, our opportunity outpaces the challenges. We have opportunities in localization, in export, in IC engines, of course in electric vehicles and hydrogen, through technology development and leveraging the very strong startup ecosystem that we now have. What is needed is conviction, followed by risk-taking mindset, taking big bets, believing in ourselves, investing in technology, leveraging startup ecosystem, and thus embark on the next phase of Indian auto industry growth. As I was flying in this morning, I saw in the paper, Honorable Finance Minister had made some statement comparing the industry to Hanuman, saying that you don't know what you can do, somebody needs to tell you. And he said, and she asked, who can it be? It cannot be government. So here I am telling you that you are the Hanuman and you can do amazing things if you have the conviction. So now, Sanjay, for sure, I think this is my last Acma speech. So let me take this opportunity to say that the automotive industry is one of the most exciting and challenging places to be in. I was fortunate to have served this industry for 42 years, 28 in India and 14 in USA. I thank you, Acma members, Acma friends, for the love and respect that you have given me over the years. This industry has given me so much. No matter what I do, I can never repay. But I'm always available to serve this industry in any way I can. Will continue to be a well-wisher of the industry for my life and hope to remain in touch with many of you. Signing off with best wishes to you individually and to the industry collectively. God bless.
Thank you, Dr. Pavan Goenka, for your very invigorating and inspiring keynote address. Your valuable suggestions are indeed very important guiding factors for the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request Mr. Sanjay Kapoor, President Acma, to kindly give a token of our appreciation to our esteemed guests. Can we have the mementos, please? Firstly, to Dr. Pavan Goenka. And then the next one to Mr. R. Dinesh. And to Mr. Kenichi Ayukawa. Thank you, Mr. Kapoor. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to now invite Ms. Shraddha Suri Marva, Vice President Acma and Chairperson and Managing Director Subrose, requesting her to kindly propose a vote of thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, I won't take too much time because I know everyone's hungry, tired, but I've got to do what I have to do. So, Mr. Amitabh Kant in absentia, Dr. Goenka, Mr. R. Dinesh, Ayukawa-san, Sanjay, Vinny, all the captains of the industry sitting here, officials from the government, Acma past presidents, my colleagues on the Acma EC, friends from the press and media, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude this inaugural session, it is my privilege and pleasure to make a few concluding remarks. The year gone by has definitely been challenging, especially as we struggle to piece our act together post the pandemic. The first 6 months of the last fiscal witnessed several supply chain issues and disruptions, high prices of input costs, issues of semiconductor availability, containers being disproportionately high, and leading to high logistic costs. That apart, a tectonic shift is happening in the automotive sector across the globe and here in India as well, as we embark on the e-mobility journey. Simultaneously, the sector is faced with several new regulations, including those for fuels, emission, and safety. Whilst we're still not completely out of the woods and supply chain issues continue to persist, I'm extremely proud of our industry in the way we have responded to the challenges and supported each other to overcome them. I'm grateful to our customers for guiding us well to ensure business continuity, and to my friends in the auto component fraternity for their resilience and belief in themselves. The government has played an exemplary role in supporting the industry as well, and I'm happy that today in almost all segments we are witnessing recovery and have started to invest in advanced technologies. Today's ensuing keynote by the honorable ministers who are going to come, Mr. Piyush Goyal, Mr. Gadkari, and industry luminaries including Mr. Vinod Agarwal, Mr. Ganesh Mani, McKinsey, the McKinsey presentation, and the panel discussions with top industry and government leaders shall bring to fore concrete ideas on how the component industry, despite the adversities, is going to transform itself and be future ready. I would like to thank our Ministry of Heavy Industries for their support. Later in the day, we will have an opportunity to listen to the Honorable Minister, Dr. Mahendranath Pandey, as he champions our cause and other ministries and departments to make a conducive environment for our business. Now I turn to the guests on the dais. I'll speak a little bit about Mr. Amitabh Kant, even though he had to go due to some urgent work. He's always motivated us. He's nudged us to think out of the box. His valuable direction to industry to continuously transform itself has been very, very pertinent. Our industry needs to transition itself to green to be commensurate with the carbon neutrality goal of the government and of the country. His new role as Sherpa G20, of course, we look forward to his support in helping us in deepening our exports across the globe. He spoke about 5 things, which I'll quickly mention. Transformation of India in a single generation, rapid urbanization, electric revolution, and India being the champion of the 2- and 3-wheeler space. Dr. Goenka, you're a friend and a guide to Acma and the auto component industry. You very rightly said 2 generations. I remember 2004-05 very, very vividly when I sat in that office. Thank you very much. Your passion and commitment for a deeply localized automotive value chain has always motivated us. You've always talked about positive paranoia. I'm hopeful that today's event will be a wake-up call for all those who have not yet got their act together for the future. E-mobility is no longer a possibility, it's a reality, and it's here to stay. You spoke about localization, exports, ICE, advanced technology, and startup, and I think that resonates with most of us sitting here. Ayukawa-san, heartiest congratulations to you for successfully completing your term as president of SIAM. Congratulations also for MSIL having successfully completed 40 years in India under your leadership, and for announcing the new production facilities in Karkoda in Haryana and the lithium-ion battery plant in Hansalpur in Gujarat. Ayukawa-san, you have always been in the forefront of extending support to the supplier community, and now as you relocate to the headquarters of Suzuki in Hamamatsu, we look forward for greater support from you. Thank you once again for your presence here today. Ayukawa-san, you spoke about increased localization, quality, investment in new and future technology, investment in R&D, and reinvesting money back in the core business. Mr. R. Dinesh, thank you for joining us today. We are very thankful to CII for involving Acma in its consultative processes. We congratulate CII for this year's theme, Beyond India at 75, Competitiveness, Growth, Sustainability, and Internationalization, as we celebrate India's 75th year of independence. Acma is committed to support CII as it redirects itself to meet the aspirations of our government and people for an economically and technologically advanced country. Thank you very much. Acma partnerships with the government have been intimate, and we are thankful to all the ministries, departments, and agencies at the center and state for the cooperation. I particularly thank the Ministry of Heavy Industries, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and Niti Aayog for their support. We are indeed very, very grateful to our sponsors who have supported this conference. This event would not have been possible without your generous contributions. A special thanks to our friends in the media who've always been given a voice to the auto component industry and supported us. Last but not the least, I have to thank our president, Sanjay Kapoor, who has led this tectonic shift in the mobility space from the front, both as his role as Acma president as well as chair of Sona Comstar. Thank you, Sanjay. Sanjay spoke about three things. He said the 7.5% out of the 100, which we are all supposed to listen to. ESG, cybersecurity, and electrification. I'm just reiterating it so that everybody remembers that, because Sanjay has a habit of taking a test. He might question you later. I would also like to thank Vinny. Thank you very much. You really keep it together for us, so thank you. Thank you for that. I would like to compliment the Acma Secretariat. Some of them are here, some are there, who have worked tirelessly to put this event together. Once again, thank you all, and I wish you a fruitful day ahead. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marva, for your extremely warm vote of thanks. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural session. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries, for your very kind presence and participation. I'd like to now invite everybody for lunch. Please do not forget to connect with us on our social media handles on Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn. My request everybody to kindly join us back at 2:30 p.m. in this hall for our theme session.
Steel Japan. Sunflag has also adopted the latest technological know-how from Daido Steel. Sunflag engages with leading global technology solution providers for their state-of-the-art technology and sophisticated equipment. Years of experience make Sunflag the preferred choice of the industry for superior and widest product range used in critical components: engine, transmission, steering, suspension, bearing, valves, tools, and dies. Sunflag has a Government of India recognized in-house R&D facility. As a part of forward integration, Sunflag has set up vacuum induction melting, electroslag remelting, and vacuum arc remelting facilities. accredited with aerospace certification AS 9100D, and has technological tie-up with Ministry of Defense for advanced materials. Our super alloy products find application with aerospace, defense, nuclear power, oil and gas. Sunflag has received awards and accolades for innovation and localization, recognizing its pursuit for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Sunflag Iron and Steel Company Limited.
At Bharat Forge Limited, we don't believe in pause buttons. 50 years ago, we hit play, and we haven't stopped since. We move, we go places, and we take our legacy with us. We started small, but our dreams were big. And we chased them tirelessly with all our heart. That's what brought us to the top. To the world's biggest names. And to people's lives. We're committed to partnering greatness, no matter where we go. From India to Germany, to France, to Sweden, and USA. We always go that extra mile and bring the best to wherever our clients are, and we never settle. Over 50 years, we have pioneered innovations across fields. Our expertise keeps sharpening. We seek to build a better, smarter, and brighter tomorrow. And we will.
This world is full of achievements that haven't yet happened.
We haven't built a society where we can all move from place to place with no risks.
We haven't found a way to manufacture with zero CO2 emissions.
We haven't found a way to feed the entire world or build a robot that can work on the same level as a human.
When things we haven't achieved turn into things we have, these are the moments the world takes a step forward.
When the things we've achieved become the everyday.
That's where a better world awaits us.
Our goal is to work with our partners so we can make new things happen together. Because our world is full of achievements that haven't yet happened, and that's why we're here. Here at DINSO, we are professionals who make things happen.
Neolite, with a progressive and dynamic visionary management approach, is blended with highly dedicated and qualified professionals and world-class infrastructure, which has led to it becoming one of the major Indian automotive lighting equipment suppliers. A small beginning that had become a hugely successful enterprise in 40 years. The Neolite Group, one of the pioneers of automotive lightings in India today, is associated with manufacturing of automotive lightings for both OEM and aftermarket segment. The light plant is exclusively for the OEM segment and meets the requirements and expectations of a majority of the Indian and global OEMs. It is considered to be the state-of-the-art, which is fully air-conditioned and has the latest technology. Today, the Neolite Group is a combined workforce of 2,000 people, a major supplier to over 30 OEMs, exporting to over 80 countries worldwide. Neolite Group is able to meet the requirements of prestigious and discerning vehicle manufacturers.
Sriram Pistons and Rings, the largest manufacturer and market leader of pistons, piston rings and engine valves in India, the largest supplier to OEM customers, the largest exporter of pistons and piston rings, producing pistons between 40 millimeters and 150 millimeters diameter with matching pins, piston rings between 20 millimeters and 155 millimeters diameter, and engine valves having 4.5 millimeters to 19 millimeters stem diameter, and between 16 millimeters and 92 millimeters head diameter. A company at the forefront of manufacturing technology. The company has long-standing collaborations with leading global technology partners. These include Kolbenschmidt, Germany, Riken Corporation, Japan, Honda Foundry Group, Japan, and Fuji OSX, Japan. Technological expertise from the global partners, coupled with perseverance and frugal engineering, have enabled Sriram Pistons and Rings to bring to the table a winning formula with best-in-class QC DDM. The company has had double-digit growth, outpacing the competition. The company's shop floor culture of zero-defect quality has been appreciated by all discerning OEMs. The company's manufacturing complexes at Ghaziabad and Pathredi are equipped with state-of-the-art machines and deploy modern manufacturing processes and controls. The company holds the ISO 14001-2004, OSAS 18001-2007, and ISO TS 16949-2009 certifications. To hold the TPM Excellence Award and the TPM Special Award from the Japanese Institute of Productivity Management. Sriram Pistons and Rings is a customer-centric company, a company where Kaizen and innovation are a mantra, a way of life, a company focused on customer delight, a company with several achievements but hungry for more, a company looking ahead, a company where every challenge is an opportunity. Sriram Pistons and Rings, your partner for the future.
Subrose has been at the forefront of success when it comes to flanking heat relentlessly, changing climate for good, comforting millions on the go, and realizing the dream of a cool India. However, the dream was not achieved in a day. It took efforts and planning, day in, day out, to live up to expectations every time. Delivering speed, quality, and cost, with values that sustain and create India's #1 automotive air conditioning company. We are partners of possibility and missionaries of performance. In pursuit of perfection. Subrose, India's #1 automotive air conditioning company.
Sunflag Iron and Steel Company Limited, a leading world-class manufacturer of alloy and specialty steel, has a joint venture with Daido Steel Japan. Sunflag has also adopted the latest technological know-how from Daido Steel. Sunflag engages with leading global technology solution providers for their state-of-the-art technology and sophisticated equipment. Years of experience make Sunflag the preferred choice of the industry for superior and widest product range used in critical components: engine, transmission, steering, suspension, bearing, valves, tools and dies. Sunflag has a Government of India recognized in-house R&D facility. As a part of forward integration, Sunflag has set up vacuum induction melting, electroslag remelting and vacuum arc remelting facilities, accredited with aerospace certification AS 9100D, and has technological tie-up with Ministry of Defense for advanced materials. Our super alloy products find application with aerospace, defense, nuclear power, oil and gas. Sunflag has received awards and accolades for innovation and localization, recognizing its pursuit for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Sunflag Iron and Steel Company Limited.
At Bharat Forge Limited, we don't believe in pause buttons. 50 years ago, we hit play, and we haven't stopped since. We move, we go places, and we take our legacy with us. We started small, but our dreams were big. And we chased them tirelessly with all our heart. That's what brought us to the top. To the world's biggest names. And to people's lives. We're committed to partnering greatness, no matter where we go. From India to Germany, to France to Sweden, and USA. We always go that extra mile and bring the best to wherever our clients are, and we never settle. Over 50 years, we have pioneered innovations across fields. Our expertise keeps sharpening. We seek to build a better, smarter, and brighter tomorrow. And we will. At Bharat Forge Limited, we don't believe in pause buttons. 50 years ago, we hit play, and we haven't stopped since. We move, we go places, and we take our legacy with us. We started small, but our dreams were big. And we chased them tirelessly with all our heart. That's what brought us to the top. To the world's biggest names. And to people's lives. We're committed to partnering greatness, no matter where we go. From India to Germany, to France to Sweden and USA. We always go that extra mile and bring the best to wherever our clients are, and we never settle. Over 50 years, we have pioneered innovations across fields. Our expertise keeps sharpening. We seek to build a better, smarter, and brighter tomorrow. And we will. At Bharat Forge Limited, we don't believe in pause buttons. 50 years ago, we hit play, and we haven't stopped since. We move, we go places, and we take our legacy with us. started small, but our dreams were big. And we chased them tirelessly with all our heart. That's what brought us to the top. To the world's biggest names. And to people's lives. We're committed to partnering greatness, no matter where we go. From India to Germany, to France to Sweden and USA. We always go that extra mile and bring the best to wherever our clients are. And we never settle. Over 50 years, we have pioneered innovations across fields. Our expertise keeps sharpening. We seek to build a better, smarter, and brighter tomorrow. And we will. At Bharat Forge Limited, we don't believe in pause buttons. 50 years ago, we hit play, and we haven't stopped since. We move, we go places, and we take our legacy with us. We started small, but our dreams were big. And we chased them tirelessly with all our heart. That's what brought us to the top. To the world's biggest names. And to people's lives. We're committed to partnering greatness, no matter where we go. From India to Germany, to France to Sweden and USA. We always go that extra mile and bring the best to wherever our clients are. And we never settle. Over 50 years, we have pioneered innovations across fields. Our expertise keeps sharpening. We seek to build a better, smarter, and brighter tomorrow. And we will. At Bharat Forge Limited, we don't believe in pause buttons. 50 years ago, we hit play, and we haven't stopped since. We move, we go places, and we take our legacy with us. We started small, but our dreams were big. And we chased them tirelessly with all our heart. That's what brought us to the top. To the world's biggest names. And to people's lives. We're committed to partnering greatness, no matter where we go. From India to Germany, to France to Sweden and USA. We always go that extra mile and bring the best to wherever our clients are. And we never settle. Over 50 years, we have pioneered innovations across fields. Our expertise keeps sharpening. We seek to build a better, smarter, and brighter tomorrow. And we will. At Bharat Forge Limited, we don't believe in pause buttons. 50 years ago, we hit play, and we haven't stopped since. We move, we go places, and we take our legacy with us. We started small, but our dreams were big. And we chased them tirelessly with all our heart. That's what brought us to the top. To the world's biggest names. And to people's lives. We're committed to partnering greatness, no matter where we go. From India to Germany, to France to Sweden and USA. We always go that extra mile and bring the best to wherever our clients are. And we never settle. Over 50 years, we have pioneered innovations across fields. Our expertise keeps sharpening. We seek to build a better, smarter, and brighter tomorrow. And we will. At Bharat Forge Limited, we don't believe in pause buttons. 50 years ago, we hit play, and we haven't stopped since. We move, we go places, and we take our legacy with us. We started small, but our dreams were big. And we chased them tirelessly with all our heart. That's what brought us to the top. To the world's biggest names. And to people's lives. We're committed to partnering greatness, no matter where we go. From India to Germany, to France to Sweden and USA. We always go that extra mile and bring the...
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the technical session post-lunch. May I request everyone to please take your respective seats and settle down. We will be starting the session in just a few moments from now. As you're aware that Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal would be joining us for this session. Requesting everyone to please take their respective seats and settle down as quickly as possible. We will start the session in just a few moments from now. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to please settle down and take your respective seats. We are about to begin the technical session in just a few moments from now. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to our theme session, which is the future of mobility, transforming to be ahead of the opportunity. I'd like to extend a very warm welcome and request our dignitaries to kindly take their respective seats. Mr. Vinod Agarwal, Vice President SIAM and MD and CEO of Volvo Eicher Commercial Vehicles. Mr. Ganesh Mani, as President and Chief of Operations from Ashok Leyland, Mrs. Shivanshu Gupta and Mr. Srikant Inampuri, both senior partners at McKinsey & Company, and we also have with us Mr. Sanjay Kapoor, President Acma. Ladies and gentlemen, we are told that Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Union Minister for Commerce and Industry, Government of India, is on his way. But due to paucity of time, we have decided to start the session. I'd like to now invite Mr. Shivanshu Gupta and Mr. Srikant Inampuri to share with us the findings of the joint Acma-McKinsey study on the way forward for the auto component sector as the automotive value chain transforms itself in light of the technological disruptions being faced by it. Before that, it is my sincere request to everyone to please settle down and take your respective seats. Ladies and gentlemen, since we are going to start this session, may I request for silence so that we can hear what our speakers have to say.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know this is after lunch, so I'll try to make it as interesting as possible, considering the fact that it's right after lunch. So, if you just take a step back and think about what does the short-term future hold, it looks very rosy for the component manufacturers, right? You have the volumes coming back, and some of the big reasons why the volumes are coming back is the 18 months of pent-up demand due to chip shortage that you currently see. While you have the volumes coming back, there's also a huge profitable mix shift happening in the Western Hemisphere, right? Like where most of the shift has moved towards luxury or SUVs or pickup trucks. Even in most of the emerging markets, that's the other shift that you see is the shift towards SUVs. And last but not the least, the software, I think someone said this before, is moving from being an enabler to a source of differentiation in the future. So OEMs are no longer looking at this and basically saying software is like the way we are going to drive it. It's becoming the source of the differentiation, right? Now, if you move to the two-wheeler space, most of the dynamics that you basically see in the four-wheeler space still are applicable in the two-wheeler space as it relates to economy and what are all the various factors. The big difference being on the software side, I think it's still unclear, right? And I think it's expected to play out in ways that we'll all get to see. Now, there was a lot of dialogue this morning about the discussion about the electrification in India, but if you basically take a step back and look at what's happening across the geographies, Europe is expected to be the leader in this. It's predominantly driven by the regulatory decision that the European governments are taking, even pre-war, in terms of the energy shift that they want to shift towards EVs. And the second reason is it's predominantly also driven by fleets in Europe. Most folks don't appreciate, but half of the buy in Europe is all fleet cars, because most companies actually give vehicles as a benefit to the employees. And that's one of the big reasons why we expect EU to be the leader in the electrification part. And then you have followed by China, right? China is it's on the cusp of passing all the regulation associated with it, right? Like once they make up their mind post-October, most people expect to do it. And you have big disruptors called BYD and NYO coming out of China who are basically starting up as greenfields when it comes to electric vehicles and software. And in the US, predominantly the EV shift has been around luxury and it's consumer driven. So of course it's expected to be slower significantly compared to any of the EU or the Chinese part of it. So while there's a lot of discussion about net zero in US, it's still quite consumer driven. That's the reason you see it's almost around, we expect it to be around half that of Europe, even by 2030. Now, if you basically take a step back and say, what does it all mean for India? Some of the big things is, as you would expect, the Indian customers are hyper-rational and very TCO driven. So it all comes down to, for two and three-wheelers, what does this mean for rupees per kilometer? And the electrification in three-wheelers is already around 30 to 40%, right? So that's the big driver of it. On the four-wheeler, it's predominantly consumer-driven. We don't see any big shifts coming in from a regulatory perspective, and if it does, you'll see some uptake. But we expect that it's going to be predominantly consumer-driven. And in the heavy vehicle, commercial vehicles, it's unclear which technology is going to win. It's unclear whether it's EVs, whether it's going to be hydrogen, so we expect that multiple sources globally are going to play out as well as in India, right? Now, if you take, what does this all mean if you're a component manufacturer, right? We try to take a crack at what does this translate to. And the first one to think about is everyone sees of EV as a negative effect on component manufacturers. But if you look at the content per vehicle, for a vehicle, it's expected to grow by 30%, right? So the content per vehicle, which is a metric that everyone looks at for component manufacturers, is expected to grow by 30%. Now, there are significant changes underneath, and what you see here is for a two-wheeler and four-wheeler, we're laying out what does this actually mean in terms of the percentage of BOM. So if you basically say there are 40% of reduction in parts once you go from ICE to EV, what you basically see is that there is a significant improvement, especially in areas like castings, where there's a significant decline, And part of the reason of the decline is a lot of the forgings and castings are the ones that go into mechanical and moving parts of ICE. Right? If you think about ICE components and all the moving parts, a lot of them have been forged or cast. That's the process that has been used. And that's where you see the decline. Now, the 15% of the vehicle BOM is in casting, and we expect 2/3 of it to go away, right? So if you just take a step back and think about what's the change, while you have casting cases, while you have other things for thermal management in an EV, you basically see that out of the 15% of the castings, when 2/3 goes away for ICE, you basically only have around 1/3 of the castings that are basically left in terms of value. So like one of my colleagues, Shivanshu, will talk about lots of strategies that you can think about as you think about what are some of the things, and it all depends on your starting point, whether it is you want to focus on EVs or you want to be the last man standing on ICE, because we actually think it'll be hard for any single auto component manufacturer, whether you're in India or in abroad, to focus on both at the same time, because the kind of culture, the kind of capital needs that you need are quite different.
Thank you, Shrikant. So I think having seen what the disruption is, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the opportunities. We classified them into 3 archetypes of opportunities, as you see. First one is, how can we expand the traditional ICE play? 2 ideas there. First one is expanding across opportunities within the automotive market in India, which means if you are a 2-wheeler or a 3-wheeler supplier, there is still, which is going to convert to EVs faster, there is still a 4-wheeler passenger car play which will be ICE. Absolute numbers will continue to grow. There will be substantial value pools. How can we tap those value pools, sticking to the manufacturing processes that we already have? I think the second one in the ICE play is capturing adjacent opportunities, so not entirely in the automotive space, but adjacencies, and let me actually jump to that page. What you see here, and this has been spoken of earlier today, there are a lot of these sectors, whether it's construction or mining, power generation, farm equipment, tractors, railways, moving stock, rolling stock, defense. Of course, defense has to truly play out, but the potential is there. If you look at the size of these sectors and if you look at the growth rates in this decade, these are all substantial incremental opportunities that all of us in the component supplier space can actually target. Each of these growth rates have fundamental trends that are driving these and can be substantial value pools for each of us to look at and capture. So this combined with what I said earlier, which is going to ICE parts which continue to grow, whether it's passenger cars, commercial vehicles, is an opportunity in our traditional ICE space. I think the second category of growth that I wanted to talk about was going global, but with current categories. Maybe I'll jump to that page. I think 2 significant trends that we're seeing today. First one is there are massive tailwinds in supply chain disruption and new supply chain reorganizations across the globes, whether it's China +1, whether it's the wars, there are a number of trends that are driving that. If you look at US and Europe and you look at the non-nearshore import component, so what US doesn't buy, which is in North America, and which Western Europe doesn't buy from Eastern Europe, that number today on auto components is 250 billion. China has 30% share of that, and India's share is less than 5%. But as China +1, as companies and countries do more of that, this is going to be a massive tailwind. For instance, if you look at some of the categories, engine electricals today is about, I would say, $18 to $20 billion imports for US and Western Europe. China has 37% share, we have 4% share, but we've grown significantly in the last 5 years. Can we continue that trend and capture that and double that opportunity? And there are a lot of these component categories that we can look at: brakes, clutches, engine electricals, etc., where we've shown our growth rate on non-nearshore imports to these countries is much higher than China, and we can actually make a difference. I think the second opportunity is, as Shrikant mentioned, the West will have a very fast electrification rate relative to our country. What that means is a lot of manufacturing outfits in US, Europe, for them, they will lose their economies of scale. There will be a lot of case of low volume, high variety component manufacturing. And that is the opportunity in India, especially if it comes to labor intensive, lot of low volume, high variety manufacturing. How can we actually take a lot of that manufacturing and use that? You know, it could be called last man standing, etc. But that becomes a very important opportunity. So these two tailwinds, the first one around the supply chain disruptions and the second one around electrification in Western countries, which allows that component capacity to be exploited by somebody else, is the second opportunity area that I would talk about. And on the right, what you see is some of the enablers that will help. If we are able to create export incentive schemes for IPOs to be set up, you know, whether if it's OEMs, on the OEM side, can we have PLIs or other such incentive mechanism to overcome the cost disabilities that we may have on landed costs, whether it's logistics or others. Some of those incentives can actually help us capture these two tailwinds. And I think it's been spoken about earlier today by Chairman Acma, by CII, by Dr. Goenka, that a lot of this can come from, you know, collaboration. There were some ideas given by different people. If the Acma, CIM, government, suppliers collaborate, there is a way that this can be figured out. Then I would go back to the third set of opportunity drivers, which is saying in the innovation or new era, what can we do? And two specific opportunities. One is the value chain of EV categories, which could be $8 to $10 billion of value pool for us by 2030. And the second is downstream services. You know, and this was also spoken of today, whether it's connectivity related services, other downstream services, linkage to software, which is a key capability that we have, is the second driver. Together, the innovation play itself can be $30 to $50 billion of opportunity revenue pool for us in the coming years. And just if I were to double click on that, you know, of course, this is the value chain on the EV category side. And not all of these value pools are available to everybody. But what you see on the right-hand side is even in some of these categories, there is a lot of current manufacturing processes that can be exploited to address some of these categories. So for instance, you know, even on battery packs, castings, casings, you know, castings can be used for battery pack casings, enclosures, vibration pads, thermal sensors, wiring connectors, enclosures. So a lot of what we do today will be applicable as we look at the EV value chain as well. That is one opportunity. And the second big opportunity, at least we've identified 9 vehicle connectivity use cases, which together will probably be $250 to $400 billion of revenue pool globally, of which, you know, we can exploit 30-40 billion of that revenue pool, 8-10% of that revenue pool today. I'm not going to walk through all of these cases, but this is where our capability, which may or may not be current resident capability for a lot of our component manufacturers, but on the software side, integrating hardware, software, will help us. And the most important thing on this revenue pool is that this is a revenue pool which has nobody in the world has taken claim for this. You know, this is this is a disruption that is happening. People are piloting, people are getting the revenue pool, but it is not done. So this revenue pool, you know, there is an option for us to pilot, for us to get our capabilities on the engineering and the software side and making this happen. So I would say, you know, these in a nutshell, if you therefore look at these 3 areas of opportunity, continuing to expand on the ICE play, the global play on exports, which we can do based on the 2 tailwinds that I mentioned, and innovating in new opportunity areas, both on the EV chain, but also on connectivity and services, can collectively give us about $90 to $100 billion of additional revenue pool that we can target till 2030. And therefore, you know, while EV is a disruption, while it will hit some of our current you know, state, there is a massive opportunity. I think one thing that came up in a lot of our discussions is, while there is an opportunity, how will a lot of us transition, a lot of the auto component players today, how will we transition into that? Now, this is just an example of a two-wheeler supplier which maybe does forgings and castings. But the idea is that each of us, each of you will have to step back and think through each of the opportunity areas that we outlined, which is whether it's a broader CV play, broader ICE play within India, whether it's adjacent categories to automotive, whether it's global export play or EV opportunities. There are opportunities available to each of us based on what we do. We have to kind of look at this map and say, where are we going to play? What are the shifts we're going to make? And what will enable that? But this exercise needs to get done for us to be able to figure out what we do. I think, as always, this cannot be done by any one person alone. I think there are three themes which need to get enabled. The first one is local manufacturing and exports. We talked about IPOs, we talked about connecting with a lot of the export bodies or other SIAM, Acma equivalent bodies in the rest of the world, figuring out partnerships, M&A, technology, IP. There is a big element of upskilling our labor force, establishing Industry 4.0, the Center of Excellence that has to be done. And then lastly, there is acceleration of innovation. Again, an opportunity area, but it will require us to put enablers in place, whether it's funds, which Dinesh talked about earlier today, of trying to set up a sovereign fund which would encourage innovation, or incubators, etc. But the government, SIAM, Acma, suppliers, OEM have to come together and play their part in making this happen. I think just to summarize this, and you have all the details on the reports, just 3 points. First, as everybody said today, the electrification is inevitable. Like Dr. Goenka said, we've been saying it for a while, but it's happening now. I think second point is there are headwinds, but there are a lot of opportunities, whether it's domestic, global, ICE, EV, software. Like we said, it's about $90 to $100 billion of revenue pool available for us as suppliers in India. And the last thing is, for each supplier, you have to dedicate some amount of management bandwidth and resources to figure out what that opportunity area looks like for you and how do you work towards it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta and Mr. Inam Puri, for sharing the findings of the joint Acma McKinsey study. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now invite Mr. Vinod Agarwal, Vice President, SIAM and MD and CEO, Volvo Eicher Commercial Vehicles, for his address. An outstanding leader, Mr. Agarwal will share his insights on the industry dynamics of an industry facing multiple challenging yet creating a benchmark for itself.
I can. Mr. Sanjay Kapoor, President Acma and Chairman Sriram sir, Mr. Ganesh Mani, Chief of Operations Ashok Leyland, Senior Partners from McKinsey and Company, Shivanshu and Shrikant, and of course, we were expecting Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry, Piyush Goyal ji, and I'm sure he's on the way. And all Acma members, my colleagues from automotive fraternity, and friends from the media. Good afternoon to all of you.
on behalf of the automobile industry, let me convey my appreciation to the entire component industry for working together with us and supporting us during a very, very difficult period of last 2 years. And we do hope that we have put all our tough times behind us. Let me also congratulate Acma for releasing this study on future of mobility, transforming to be ahead of the opportunity. As we listen to the study, there is huge potential for growth even in the IC engine itself, and then of course there are a lot of tailwinds which are there in the global economy, where we will have a lot more opportunities to export, and at the same time we will have to take a lot of actions within our own companies so that we allocate the management time to address these opportunities. And I'm sure these insights which we have got from McKinsey and company study would be very, very valuable for the auto industry as it continues to deliberate on the areas where investments should be made to remain sustainable in future. As we crystal gaze the future of automotive industry from a country perspective, we need to have certain broad guidelines. The future for mobility would depend on various parameters such as climate changes, creating safer mobility options, and providing appropriate mobility solutions meeting the specific geographical requirements. And we are therefore very, very thankful to our Honorable Prime Minister for the very clear articulation of the approach that the country should take on the climate change. And as you know, our Honorable Prime Minister has suggested 5 nectar elements, which is Panchamrit, to deal with this challenge. As part of that, we have to become net zero emissions, and India is committed to meet 50% of its energy requirements from renewable energy sources by 2030. And India is also supposed to reduce carbon intensity of its economy to less than 45% by 2030. These nectars of Panchamrit will determine how we adopt to technology options for vehicles which are less carbon intensive. So we have to keep all these targets in mind while we take future actions. In this context, SIAM members are committed to manufacture all gasoline-powered two-wheelers and passenger vehicles meeting higher blends of 20% ethanol from 2025, and also introduce flex fuels, which is capable of running on varying blends of ethanol and gasoline fuel. In the coming years, we have also expanded our portfolio of gaseous fuel-driven vehicles, especially CNG, and are also working on LNG for heavy-duty applications. SIAM members have been introducing hybrid and electric vehicles in each of the vehicle segments. Every company has elaborate plans to bring in more electrified vehicles in the market. We are also thankful to the Government of India for continuing the FAME scheme and also launching the PLI scheme to support creating an ecosystem for such technologies to evolve in the country. This transition to electrified mobility would also prepare the Indian vehicle manufacturers to gradually move up and use hydrogen fuel cell technology for powering vehicles to address concerns of urban air pollution and crude oil shortages. I would also like to highlight that Indian auto industry now poised to increase its exports manifold, and Indian vehicles are slowly getting accepted in many markets. However, many of these markets are still not mature, and therefore, as an industry, we will have to maintain a balance of array of various levels of technologies that can get accepted in markets like the neighboring countries, Africa and Latin America. Therefore, I believe that while we transform ourselves, we need to keep an eye on the global market requirements as well. We as SIAM members would also like to compliment and thank the Government of India and the Honorable Commerce and Industry Minister for his initiatives to provide global market to the Indian industry and for successfully concluding trade agreements with UAE and Australia. SIAM members will provide all possible support to Government of India for concluding the agreements with various other economies that may come under discussion going forward. We do recognize that agreements with trade blocs are being undertaken to ensure ultimate benefit to the Indian economy, and all the sectoral industries need to support this overall approach of Government of India. From the auto industry side, we will work shoulder to shoulder with the Government of India in its journey towards achieving $5 trillion economy by 2026-27. Finally, as we keep evolving, it is important that all our partners, which very importantly include all Acma members, also evolve to ensure that we do not over-rely ourselves for technology from abroad, and be grounded with our strong dedication to maximize Atmanirbhar Bharat in the entire value chain and ultimately create jobs and value addition in the country. I thank Acma once again for inviting me, and as always, SIAM would continue to work closely with Acma and play an important role in the India's growth journey in the Amrit Kal for the next 25 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Agrawal, for your insights on the industry dynamics. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Mr. Ganesh Mani S., President and Chief of Operations Ashok Leyland, an eminent industry leader. May I now request him to kindly address us.
Good afternoon and namaskar. Sri Sanjay Ji, Chairman Sona Comstar and President Acma, Sri Vinod Agarwal Ji, Vice President of SIAM and MD and CEO of Volvo Eicher Commercial Vehicles, Sri Shivanshu and Sri Srikant, Senior Partners of McKinsey and Company, Senior Government Officials, Captains of Industry, my friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed my proud privilege to be amongst you on this wonderful day. It's a wonderful day just because I vividly remember a couple of months back when my son college reopened, he was saying that it is actually out of box day. From a box only we keep seeing people, and this is the first time he was able to meet everybody. And this is kind of a meeting of so many people, lovely people who have, it's a college alumni compatriots, so many places. So having spent so many years in passenger car industry and now in commercial, so we got so many friends, and this is a great opportunity. Thank you very much for Sanjay and team for making this to happen. Thank you once again. Well, McKinsey has done a fantastic job of, emerging opportunities, and I'd like to take a cue from that and elaborate those things in dividing into three parts in that. First is what is exactly the change, what is it exactly relevant to us, what is the opportunity we have, and also what is the transformation which is required. I think that is what we like to, my thoughts, I like to share it across. The future of transportation, undoubtedly, senior members have spoken in the first half of the day, is about be it a personal, public, or goods transport, definitely going through a biggest transition and much different than what we are doing it today. We are already started witnessing the same. And it will definitely closer to the zero, tailpipe emissions as well. There is no doubt about it. It will definitely be more connected. It will definitely have a higher level of autonomous content, and it could well be more shared and a fractional ownership rather than a personal ownership. We all been witnessing the same. But the future mobility also provides us a biggest opportunity for catching up, leapfrog the technologies what probably perhaps we are a couple of years behind, and this gives kind of an opportunity for us to leapfrog, as like the way in mobile technology from a fixed phone, we are moving to mobile phone quickly and we are leading the show. So similarly, I think this gives the biggest opportunity. But having said that, when I see the next 10, 15 years of the industry, to my mind, and it's absolutely my privilege to say that it's going to be more exciting and fun-filled. Let me just, give certain qualify based on the talk what we're going to do that. As like all of you, I'm a born optimist, and in the next few minutes, let's talk about what kind of a, optimism is all about in the change what is going to come. If we take a closer look at all the efforts of the government of India in terms of policies under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister and such a, council of dynamic ministers, the one which is going to come also today, we have actually been progressing so well, resulting into a huge and sustainable competitive advantage for India, and especially for the Indian auto industries. That's what makes all of our life exciting, definitely. Shivanshu and Shrikant talks about a whole lot of things about, McKinsey report as well. If you deep dive into that, the bill of material of, IC engine to BEV, they talked about around 50% of the components are going to be common. And a couple of days back, Mr. Sanjay also talked about close to 70% is going to be common. So when you see a glass of 30% empty rather than 70% full, obviously the automatic, optimism comes into picture. It's only a matter of 30% which is going to change, the rest of it being commonized. I think that is what our life is going to be much more easier, and having so many stalwarts in this industry sitting here, this 30% is going to be a peanut for all of us. Not only that, and thanks to the Government of India's various initiatives, we are the only country where positive growth is being seen in this industry also. Especially the last 1 month, commercial vehicles are looking to be, H2 is going to be much more higher, passenger car has already been doing great, and so on and so forth. The positive, energy has been coming out of the entire automotive industry. That is actually making all of our life much more exciting, yes or no? But when the uncertainty and the volatility shall continue in the short term, but some definitive trends such as global climatic action and the entire industry's convergence towards the green technology and connected world in 5G era, or among all those things will shape our products of the future. The most important thing is I recall what Stephen Covey said, if the direction north is very clear, I think half of the job is absolutely done. I think that direction north is absolutely clear to all of us. That's what we are trying to do. So when the industry is going through the S-curve, which we call it as how the innovation catch up and move on to the other area, and definitely there is a scope of IC also. That's what our friends have already talked about. Given that the IC engines running on diesel and petrol have been around for more than 100 years, and the demise of the same could well be seen maybe within our own lifetime, maybe perhaps. However, it's still going to be around for next 10 to 15 years. That's what the study says. So that gives a huge amount of comfortness level to each one of us who are already in the industry, and maybe in the next cycle of investment, we generally do it for 4 or 5 years. This is the time to actually invest on these IC as well, along with what we are doing it for electrification as well. And that's what I humbly believe. And Mr. Amitabh Kant has also talked about how the transition has been happening. He talked about two-wheeler and three-wheeler industry is the first thing to catch, and then subsequently many more wheels. As the wheels keep on increasing, the electrification keeps going ahead. Passenger car industry is going to go later, and subsequently later on to commercial vehicle. That's what even McKinsey study says. There is a whole lot of learning curve is going to happen. It's not that disruptively it's going to happen. We are going to learn together, and we can always keep managing the show. Close to 30 billion possibilities of dollar business is possible as per McKinsey report. So I believe like in case of two-wheeler, three-wheeler industries, component suppliers are having a difficulty, you can always come to passenger car and commercial vehicle. We are always there. As long as we make IC, you can always start supporting us. It becomes a competitive, it's all win-win situation for each one of us. Why don't we actually start trying that? Why do we unnecessarily keep worrying about ourselves? Obviously, we need to work on future technology, but as well, there is a scope and possibilities is always there. That's what I wanted to say. Well, at this point of time, I'd like to recall what I learned around 5 years back, what Charles Fine from MIT Sloan, he's a renowned professor, he wrote a wonderful book called Clock Speed, Winning Industry Control in the Age of Temporary Advantage. I took a big, understanding from this book is about, Charles goes on a note saying that as the speed of the industry accelerate, the advantage certain players only gain in terms of short terms only. The basic advantage for any kind of players who are there, it gets shortened up, which means advantages are absolutely temporary. It may look to be very, different, but actually, when the rapid changes bring so much of a level playing ground for everybody, everybody is going to play on a common ground. We all come to ground zero and start moving ahead. That gives a huge amount of, sportsmanship, that gives a huge amount of healthy competition, and that makes the industry much more going, and that's where our export potential also will come into picture going forward. That's what, I strongly believe that way. The next part of excitement comes from, when the world is actually going towards the overlap S-curve of new technology in terms of electrification, some more industries also being some other challenges, advantages about hydrogen coming into picture. Incidentally, a lot of seniors have already spoken about this. But the important thing I'd like to say is that there are major companies who already challenge the status quo, saying that with $1 they are planning to give, a kg of green hydrogen going forward. I think that gives a huge amount of opportunity for the rest of the people to follow. Let me just explain. While the industry is working on the development of H2 in IC technology, this technology is actually mastered would mean that all the IC engines related investments can be utilized as it is. It's going to be injected and we are going to use the same possible. And having said that, tomorrow if you're going to go with the same hydrogen with a fuel cell, maybe we have already developed 50% of electric components ready. Probably we can use the same thing and we can start utilizing. So how advantageous the situation is going to be, it's more of a transitional thing rather than an abrupt thing at all. That's what, the comfort level I, as an OEM, feels. I think that is what each one of you who are present here also would endorse a view on that. So it will be difficult and is easier said than done, but as Pavanji said in the morning, the world's most innovative people who are sitting here, if we cannot do it, who else can actually do this kind of a changes very easily? I'm sure 100% we can always manage that. Charles went on to say which company can actually manage this also doing that. So he talked about beautifully three-dimensional concurrent engineering. Any company which does it will be able to manage these kind of transitions so beautifully effective. One is about by simultaneously working on improving the products, process design, and creating the supply chain in itself. If you can do it, all the three things put together, the company can drive a turn of a helix, in a DNA form, a turn of helix, convert the entire gamut of the game to completely change, and that will change the clock speed of the industry itself. That is what we need to do. I'm sure each one of us can always do this possible in this wonderful country. Next challenge comes opportunity. When we find that the future of mobility, we are also in the process of moving from vehicle to X. So V2X is the term which we use, which is nothing but vehicle to everything. Everything comes from the vehicle only. Through connected, shared, autonomous vehicle are becoming vehicle to everything. And we have already spoken enough about it. But one interesting fact which I recently learned is that, as a matter of fact, many of the Ashok Leyland's, truck fleet owners are imbibing the connected technology so well to make business advantage out of that. So if people are able to take the people who are actually using the fleets, if they can do it, apart from the millions of people who are already using passenger car vehicle, for the matter even two-wheeler industry, I think the market is absolutely ready to take what exactly is being offered. I think that I believe is an exciting period for all of us to come. The point which I'm trying to say is that the ecosystem around these technologies are coming up in a big way. and it is gaining a rapid speed, and thereby the clock speed comes into picture. The intelligent vehicle transportation, pay by use, pay per kilometers. Mr. Amitabh also talked about the buses possibilities. We have recently come up with the double-decker bus, which has also started utilizing all these technologies in a big way. I think we can always take it forward in a much more advantageous. Route optimization, geofencing, and concepts are readily available and adaptable, and users are ready to use. That's what is most important thing is. Having said that, we already discussed about the government's PLI schemes, advanced autonomous technologies, electronic manufacturing. These are all going to add, as a side support to our industry to move it forward. It's only, we who has to take the first step, and rest of the steps will always continue to move ahead. That's the important thing. One of the other major opportunity which we are going to use, we are already started doing is China +1. And why not that +1 is nothing but +I, plus India. And that's what is the area where we need to work upon. We are working, and we need to work in those areas in a big way. So, and whole lot of comprehensive economic partnership agreements are being signed by Honorable Minister Piyush Ji also, and that is going to utilize in a much more advantages to all of us. McKinsey also talked about Atmanirbhar Bharat in adjacent industries. It's a very interesting story. The collaboration with the defense is such a wonderful experience that it always takes a bit of time, but we have recently developed a 600 horsepower V8 engine for battle tank and converted the entire stuff of all these things put together. So all these opportunities are continuously going in a much more better way, and we continue to take it forward into the advantages of the best thing possible. So to conclude, we have a huge potential opportunities, and we are going to utilize the same thing. I would like to start with I started with the positive, and I want to end with the positive vibrations. As futurist Bond Johnson's, distinguished fellow from an institution for the future from Silicon Valley, defined VUCA position positive connotation as follows. Volatility transforms into vision, uncertainty transformed into understanding, complexity transformed into clarity, and ambiguity transformed into agility. Having said that, when we convert from that VUCA to this VUCA, I'm sure we can always take it forward, this country to become the most coveted third position as early as possible. And as an automotive industry, we are going to go together, both OEMs and the automotive component manufacturers together. On that note, thank you very much for the opportunity. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mani, for your very positive address. Ladies and gentlemen, we are told that Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal has already joined us, and he will be coming onto the dais in just a few seconds from now. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a very warm and hearty welcome to Honorable Union Minister for Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal ji. May I now request Shri Sanjay Kapoor to kindly give a welcome address to Honorable Minister.
Mr. Piyush Goyal, Honorable Union Minister for Commerce and Industry, Government of India, Mr. Vinod Agarwal, Vice President, SIAM and MD and CEO of Volvo Eicher Commercial Vehicles, Mr. Ganesh Mani, President and Chief Operation Officer of Ashok Leyland, Shivanshu Gupta from McKinsey, Shrikant from Senior Partner from McKinsey. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to welcome you all and the dignitaries to this theme session, Future of Mobility, Transforming to be Ahead of the Opportunity. At the outset, Minister, I thank you for your tremendous support and encouragement to the industry, especially during the challenging times, and we're still not out of the woods. You have always led us from the front, and I'm yet to come across a minister with such zeal and commitment to the industry. I distinctly recall the long-drawn meetings we had, and I mean that in a good way, and the sharp reviews during the days of the pandemic. Your push to the industry to think out of the box, to think big, and put India first has encouraged us in the component industry to give its best performance ever. Like I mentioned, we have clocked $56.5 billion in turnover, growing at 23% over last year, and our exports have scaled to $19 billion with a trade surplus of $700 million. This has been an export growth of 43%. With great traction from international markets, especially the US and Europe, which are our key export markets, we are confident that in the next 5 to 7 years, we should be able to triple our exports. We're also committed to working doubly hard in the auspicious Amrit Kal and have set a target of growing our exports by 20 times to $300 billion. I congratulate you on the successful conclusion of the FTAs with UAE and Australia. Our exports to UAE have already started to increase, and we would also urge you to sign FTAs with India-like markets such as Brazil, South Africa, and Iran. Once again, a big thank you for your presence here today. We look forward to your address and your vision of making India, the Indian industry, Atmanirbhar and globally competitive with a sizable share of the world market. I also want to thank our two earlier speakers, Mr. Vinod Agarwal and Mr. Ganesh Mani. The two of you are veterans of our industry, and we're delighted that under your able leadership, the commercial vehicle industry is once again back on track. We've seen a 30% growth in the commercial vehicle industry, which is phenomenal. And thank you for your guidance to the component industry and all your support. I also want to thank Shivanshu and Shrikant from McKinsey as our knowledge partners for the annual session. I compliment them for the insightful report on the future of mobility, transforming to be ahead of the opportunity. I won't carry on anymore. Over to you, Minister, for your address to the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind words, Sanjay. All the distinguished leaders of the industry on the dais, off the dais, the entire automobile component industry present here in full strength, and I have yet to see a post-COVID engagement as vibrant and as engaging as this. Compliments to all of you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, friends from the media, truly wonderful to once again be at the Acma annual session, because in some sense over the last few years I've almost started identifying myself with all of you. When it comes to any engagement on any issue, whether it's the free trade agreements that we're trying to do, whether it's the production-linked incentive, whether concerns of the industry at different times, on every opportunity, the one distinguishing feature of Acma compared to other industry sector-specific associations is your openness, your willingness to engage. And I must compliment all of you for that openness. Of course, an annual session is a great time to reflect on the achievements of the last few months or few years, to look at the challenges before the industry, prepare for a better future. All of that is, of course, part of the annual engagement that every association has. In fact, one thing not happening here is change of guard, which usually happens in other associations. You have a 2-year term, Sanjay. So good, we'll make sure you'll be a little slimmer and trimmer by the time you get back to your routines. Because believe me, it's a lot of sacrifice and a lot of commitment to head an association, and particularly an association which covers such a wide breadth of activities. And therefore, each one of your leaders who devotes time to the association truly deserves your support, the government support, and accolades for their leadership. Today's theme, friends, is truly contemporary. The future of mobility. How can we transform this industry to be ahead of the world scenario, ahead of opportunities that present themselves? As we can see the auto industry also mature, not only in India but worldwide, you will see a certain pattern, a certain trend. Look at the internet, for example, where it started, how it blossomed, and then how it mushroomed. Many other parts of the world have gone through that, and there's always an inflection point from which the huge growth starts. In some sense, I would think 18-19 was the year we all thought, now it's just, the future is just going to be great, and there's no stopping the auto industry in India. You were at your peak in terms of business and turnover. Everything looked good, profits were good, supply chains were well entrenched. I don't think there were any shortages of whether it's steel or components or semiconductors like you are all struggling with for the last year or two. Sadly, and as most of us in business know, when the times are really very good, one faces new challenges. We had COVID strike us. We saw 2 years of subdued demand. We had challenges within our own manufacturing bases, marketing bases. International markets also saw a slowdown. And post that, when we thought everything is going to come back to normal, inflationary pressures, largely due to the conflict in Ukraine and Russia, and then the collapse of certain supply chains, particularly countries which have yet to emerge out of the shadows of COVID, caused us distress for another additional year, something we could have all lived without. I personally think the worst is over. I'm told the semiconductor story is now getting largely sorted out. Auto sales of the last couple of months, 3 months, seem to reflect that we are getting the mojo back in the auto industry, which should automatically also have its resonance in the component industry. And I do hope that with the nearly 4 million four-wheelers that are estimated to be sold in the current year, and possibly once again getting back to records on the two-wheelers and three-wheelers. I'm told commercial vehicles are also largely back on track. I hope that this will be now the inflection point which will take us to much greater heights. And I'd like to pledge the support of the Government of India, and I can even speak on behalf of most of the state governments, save and except a few where I don't have much of a say, and I don't think I will have an opportunity to influence their policies in the very near future. Well, things will change hopefully in the future, but there are a few states left where I may not be able to influence them. But largely, all governments have recognized that this is one sector which has huge potential. It creates jobs, it encourages skill development, it values talent, and has an ecosystem that has a huge impact on society. And I think the 5 million odd people only engaged in the auto component sector, many more also in automobile manufacturing, servicing, the marketing, the entire works. All of you collectively and your contribution to the GDP is truly something that is great news for the country, gives us a lot of potential going forward, and both the central government and most state governments are totally committed to supporting your industry, whether it's through our production-linked incentive scheme, where probably auto components was one of the largest beneficiaries. And you have correspondingly responded. And we had estimated initially, if I recall correctly, about 45,000 crores or so of investment. But your industry responded with about 75,000 crores of commitments in terms of investment. Semiconductors being another area of focus where we have pledged government support of 76,000 crores. The first company off the block has signed their MOU yesterday in Gujarat, and compliments to Vedanta and Foxconn and the government of Gujarat for kick-starting the next big important growth sector that is coming to India. I was in the US only last week, and I can assure you that companies across the world are looking to rejigging their supply chains. They're looking for trusted partners. They want to see resilient supply chains, and they are all, probably more than we can imagine, they are all looking towards India. The United States, Japan, Korea, Australia, all of them whom I interacted with last week, companies across sectors, investors, whether in the startup ecosystem or otherwise, are all looking towards the great India opportunity. And as I've said on earlier occasions, I don't think there is a comparable opportunity of the size and scale of India anywhere else in the world. As other economies will grow at 2 or 3%, some emerging market economies maybe 6 or 7%, India has the potential, literally on a business as usual case, to grow at 8%, and a little bit more effort by all of us collectively. As the Prime Minister says, sabka prayas. If we all decide that we are going to go for it, then I think even 9 or 10% should not be very difficult. And at 10% growth, you're looking at a $45 trillion economy in the next 30 years. Even at 8% growth, the Indian economy will be $30 to $33 trillion in the next 30 years, which is going to be much, much larger than most European countries or most other parts of the world. And in fact, that's one of the points that I use very extensively when we are engaged in free trade agreement talks, whether with UK or with Canada or with the European Union. We've concluded with Australia and UAE. I'm happy to hear some success stories in UAE. I've just met the Australian minister last week. Because of Her Majesty the Queen's death, there's been some delay in their parliamentary calendar. And instead of November, possibly our approval of the Ekta agreement, Indus Ekta, may take another few days. But he has assured me that before the end of the year, both the Indus Ekta agreement and the income tax law change, which will help the IT sector significantly, both will be passed by their parliament. And we hope that we'll open 2023 with the entry into force of the Australia Ekta agreement also. UK is progressing well in terms of the free trade agreement, and I would like to place on record my deep appreciation of the support that I've received from the auto component sector, all of you friends from Acma, the unstinted support. I didn't have to do any cajoling, I didn't have to do any negotiations, I didn't have to do long meetings. You understood that engaging with the world is good for us, it's good for your industry, will open up new vistas and markets for you, and it will help you get better technology, get better investments into the country, and the way your industry came forward for a literally like-to-like, 0-for-0 offer, demanding that India gets duty-free access for the auto component industry across the world, and if necessary, even give concessions in the auto component sector for imports, with the confidence that you can face any competition from around the world, with the confidence on your quality, on your competitiveness, on your pricing. A big thumbs up and a big compliment to each and every one of you. We'll have European Union discussions going on through 2023, where we will also look for your support. Canada is progressing well. Incidentally, the Canadian minister has sent a message that without waiting for the next FTA round in Canada, can we do one round of discussions in Bali on the sidelines of the G20? I'm only sharing this with you to show you the world's interest to engage with India, to work with all of you, to invite all of you to work with their countries and their companies. And the opportunity is immense. Sanjay, I'm sorry, you just spoke about the 3x growth in exports in the next, what did you say, 6 to 7 years? Leadership change ho jayega Acma mein. We need to be bolder, and that's the rate of growth that I'm looking at overall exports in the country. Acma has to be 2 steps ahead of the rest. And I would urge all the senior leaders of your sector to relook at your business processes, to relook at your plans. My own experience, whether in the private sector or in government, is once you have aggressive targets and aggressive ambitions, bold ambitions, that old Shah Rukh Khan's story which I used I think last time in one of your Acma functions, the entire universe conspires to make it happen. And I would urge you, let's look at a 3-digit export number. Why can we not look at a 3-digit export number? In 2030, our export should be nothing less than $100 billion. That's Acma's pledge for today. That's your industry turnover, my friend. I'm talking of exports, which is currently at about 18, 19 billion. I hope I'm not wrong in my numbers. I don't know 2047, I'm talking of 2030 today. We'll reset your target of 2047, and if you do 100 billion by 2030, then I don't know, 4 digits? On on a serious note, the industry has come to its inflection point. I remember when my good friend Pavan Goenka offered his support to the government and we were able to set up the scale committee, the steering committee for advancement of localization, employment and exports. Obviously coming from your side of the fence, he focused very heavily on the auto and the auto component industry. And in fact, the PLI scheme that was finally introduced in 14 sectors, one of which is of course yours, the largest beneficiary, came out of the efforts and the studies that the scale committee did. And I must compliment and thank Pavan and his team for the wonderful work that they did. The advantage of this committee was they engaged with the private sector. Let me start. It started with leadership of the private sector. Government was an adjunct in the scale committee. It was not a government-led committee. It was an industry-led committee. It had overwhelming presence of industry. It associated different sectoral experts. It had all the major associations involved. It took the help of the best consultancies. Most of them offered their support pro bono, and I must thank them for that. And we were just kind of providing the support services or in listening or learning mode. And that's Prime Minister Modi's style of governance, the advice and guidance that he gives all of us. Your industry, give them a chance to express themselves. Learn from their experiences because they know best what the pain points are, what help is required, what needs to be done. And from the scale committee came out the understanding, very well deep dived with statistical data, not necessarily just accepting what anybody told them, with a lot of back and forth and arguments and counter arguments. So the industry said, power cost is very high, we are in serious trouble. Pavan was able to argue and say, look, the power cost in your whole scheme of things is 0.8%. If it is costlier than your competition from other countries, let's assess what it is in China and Japan and Vietnam and Indonesia and Korea and Taiwan, and then your overall cost disability comes to maybe 0.1% or 0.2%. But he was able to aggregate each one of these and come up with the real story of where our sectors need a little bit of handholding, a little bit of support to become global scale and global champions, and how with economies of scale and larger production bases, we'll be able to compete with the best of the world going forward, but do need a little bit of handholding for 5 or 6 years or so. And I think out of that, what has emerged is truly path-breaking when it comes to looking at investments in your sector, in other manufacturing sectors. As the Honorable Finance Minister asked yesterday, I think now there's no holding back. We really need to go for it. And look at the India story. As prosperity increases and as mobility becomes more affordable, particularly with the rapid innovation that's happening on different areas, particularly with electric mobility becoming almost no cost or very low cost on operations, and the original costs of vehicles also becoming gradually quite affordable, a potential battery swapping taking shape, which may help reduce the initial investment of our customers. With all of this put together, I think going forward, you'll be looking at millions and millions of new cars being sold in the next 10, 12, 15 years. And that's the big India opportunity. As I see the future of your industry, I see it being more connected, focusing on convenience, being more oriented towards clean energy and clean mobility, and clearly resting on cutting-edge technology which will define the future of the component industry. So component will be connected, convenient, clean, and cutting edge. And I think if we all take it upon ourselves, that whatever we do is going to be basically focused on quality and cost competitiveness. And that competitiveness, given the little bit of support that we are able to give now, will help you increase scale, and from scale, help you focus on quality and costing. And as I see the confidence in your industry growing, I also get more encouraged to see what government can do to help your industry. You are making some very innovative stuff nowadays. You are looking at innovative ways of marketing your components. And I only have one ask, that there's still a little bit of an element of an informal economy in the auto component industry. And I think it hurts. It hurts you also, and it hurts the country as a whole. It's important that the industry gets so beautifully organized that the informal sector also comes into focus when it is dealing with quality, when it is dealing with fair competition. And those of you who have an opportunity to, let's say, carry along the informal sector, the smaller players, should seriously consider taking them along or creating a greater awareness for OEM products or genuine products, probably try to make them more cost effective. And those who are indulging in any malpractices, we need to see some whistleblowing so that once and for all, the country goes towards a clean ecosystem on the component side, and that will help fair and equal competition across the country. On August 18th, I had an extensive discussion with your sector. I think went on till very late in the night, but it was truly very, very fruitful. Got a lot of learnings. I do hope that we'll continue to get an opportunity to engage as frequently as we've done in the past. I do hope you will give me more suggestions on any laws which are discriminatory, any issues where I can support you through decriminalization or reduction of compliance burden. If there's any new market where you're facing non-tariff barriers because of which you're not able to export, any problem that you're facing across the world, I want you to share it with us. We'll activate our missions. We'll be happy to engage with their ministers or their officials. We'll be happy to send teams from India. And wherever required, I assure you I'm ready and willing to take reciprocal action in the interests of your industry. And we did that with a few countries. I remember Indonesia, some parts of the auto downstream industries were having some challenges with Indonesia, and we took action on that. We took reciprocal action. The minister met me in Los Angeles last week, and we are going to talk in Bali next week, where we are looking at easing things on both sides. Very often, and we are all business people, we know that's the language that works. So we'll have to do everything possible to support and encourage you, just like I find you supporting the government and encouraging us in our efforts to engage with the developed world, expand India's footprint in international waters, and truly make India a world leader when it comes to the auto sector. I think a lot of localization work is being done by all of you, and I must compliment you for that. I do hope you will continue to promote local auto components in case, and I've heard this from some quarters, I may be totally wrong, but in case any of the auto companies is pressurizing any auto component manufacturer to import the components instead of localizing them here. When you have the opportunity to localize, when you have the technologies by which you can localize, I would urge you to please come straight to me and talk to me without hesitation. Because if any company, Indian or international, is forcing you not to localize, is forcing you to import from a certain set of their own suppliers, which is reported to me by different people, I'm happy to take cudgels on your behalf. And I would appeal to all the auto companies, if any of them are in this room. If not, I'm sure they will get the message after such a large audience, and the media is listening in also, that if any auto company does not allow the auto component suppliers to localize, the government will be taking serious note of that, and any effort to force the components to be imported from preferred suppliers only, or at prices which may not necessarily be competitive, is something that will be taken a serious note of. Similarly, it was brought to my attention that some auto ancillaries who have collaborations with probably other companies around the world are also facing some stress and some pressure from their joint venture partners. This is a matter that the government will take and view very seriously. And if at all any joint venture partner is unhappy, he's free to leave. I'm sure our Indian companies will be in a position to give them a fair and honorable exit. If you want to leave, by all means, the Indian entrepreneur is also free to leave. But if anybody is being forced on unfair terms, I think you must approach the authorities. You must let the government know, and if necessary, we'll be taking it up with our counterparts in other countries. And I can assure you, the government will fully support and back fair play and fair business dealings between Indian companies and foreign companies. Because India has never discriminated with any foreign company. We've allowed them all to come here. We've allowed them all to do business here. We've allowed them all to do even 100% FDI. And we've allowed them the equal access to the large Indian market. And in that spirit, I think it's only fair that our companies also get a fair deal and equal opportunity when it comes to doing business, when it comes to growing our business, when it comes to expanding our business, or in the event of a dispute, when it comes to owning our own business. Friends, before I conclude, I just urge you to consider a 5-point action agenda for the industry. Let's focus on quality, because that's the only thing that will be of importance as we go forward. Obviously, pricing is a natural element, cost competitiveness, but if we have high quality products, there's no way we will either not be able to compete with the world, or we will have to depend on imports for years to come. Two, we have to think holistically. There may be a component or two where we are not competitive. We should be willing to allow imports to come in. But we have to have a larger vision As I said, your industry has demonstrated that vision. I hope you will continue to have that same spirit of openness and will take the big picture view, the comprehensive view, that those countries who have engaged with developed nations, who have engaged with free trade, who have worked in the spirit of competition, not dependent only on government subsidies and clutches, are the sectors, are the industries which have succeeded in the long run, and those countries have become developed countries in the last 30, 40, 50 years. If we go beyond the thinking of my industry, my company, my individual interest, and think of the industry as a whole, and obviously the nation as a whole, that will truly be the defining feature of our industry's success and growth. 3, value addition in India is going to be an important element of our growth story, and I would urge each one of you to look at what are the areas where we can have greater value addition in India. Do we need to import the steel, or can we buy the steel locally? Are we being pressurized by somebody to buy imported steel which is available in India? Reflect on all of these issues and be bold about it. 4th, if a market is uncompetitive, let's not flog it, because there's a lot of opportunity available out there where we can be competitive, and if we focus with scale in these markets, I'm sure we can do much, much more than what we are doing now. And all the missions across the world have been directed to support industry. In fact, the KPIs of our missions across the world will now include trade, technology, and tourism as 3 important elements of the performance of our missions. They will handhold you, they will support industry if you are having any problem. They are supposed to scout for opportunities to grow trade between India and that country. They are supposed to help you get modern, better technologies. And of course, if tourism grows also, your shared mobility will also get newer opportunities. And lastly, I come back to the point I started with. Let's think big, let's think scale, let's be much, much more optimistic and aggressive in our targets, in our mission, in our ambition. And I'm quite confident if all of you collectively decide that not only is it a good opportunity, not only is it going to be our collective effort, sabka prayas, but as the Honorable Prime Minister said in his Independence Day address, celebrating 75 years of India's independence, the Amrit Kal, the next 25 years, are going to define India's future. And we all have a duty to perform to make India a successful, a developed nation. And I think as business persons, what better duty to adopt than a duty to contribute to economic growth and well-being of the nation. So let's go for it. My best wishes and my full support with you always. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your very inspiring address and for enthusing the industry with your words and support. May I now invite Mr. Sanjay Kapoor, President Acma, to kindly give a token of our appreciation to our esteemed guests. Can we have the mementos, please? May I request you to kindly present the memento firstly to Honorable Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal. We have Dr. Pavan Goenka joining us on stage. May I request Mr. Kapoor to present the rest of the mementos? So, maybe request the Honorable Minister to present it to Mr. Vinod Agarwal, to Mr. Ganesh Mani S. and to Mr. Shivanshu Gupta. And to Shrikant Inampudi. To Mr. Shivanshu Gupta. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have come to an end of our theme session. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries. We have a short tea and coffee break. Due to the paucity of time, I request everybody to join us back in the next 15 minutes for the next session.
Neolite, with a progressive and dynamic visionary management approach, is blended with highly dedicated and qualified professionals and world-class infrastructure, which has led to it becoming one of the major Indian automotive lighting equipment suppliers. A small beginning that had become a hugely successful enterprise in 40 years. The Neolite Group, one of the pioneers of automotive lightings in India today, is associated with manufacturing of automotive lightings for both OEM and aftermarket segment. The light plant is exclusively for the OEM segment and meets the requirements and expectations of a majority of the Indian and global OEMs. It is considered to be the state-of-the-art, which is fully air-conditioned and has the latest technology. Today, the Neolite Group is a combined workforce of 2,000 people, a major supplier to over 30 OEMs, exporting to over 80 countries worldwide. Neolite Group is able to meet the requirements of prestigious and discerning vehicle manufacturers.
Sriram Pistons and Rings, the largest manufacturer and market leader of pistons, piston rings and engine valves in India, the largest supplier to OEM customers, the largest exporter of pistons and piston rings, producing pistons between 40 millimeters and 150 millimeters diameter with matching pins, piston rings between 20 millimeters and 155 millimeters diameter, and engine valves having 4.5 millimeters to 19 millimeters stem diameter, and between 16 millimeters and 92 millimeters head diameter. A company at the forefront of manufacturing technology. The company has long-standing collaborations with leading global technology partners. These include Kolbenschmidt, Germany, Riken Corporation, Japan, Honda Foundry Group, Japan, and Fuji Ozex, Japan. Technological expertise from the global partners, coupled with perseverance and frugal engineering, have enabled Sriram Pistons and Rings to bring to the table a winning formula with best-in-class QC DDM. The company has had double-digit growth, outpacing the competition. The company's shop floor culture of zero-defect quality has been appreciated by all discerning OEMs. The company's manufacturing complexes at Ghaziabad and Pathredi are equipped with state-of-the-art machines and deploy modern manufacturing processes and controls. The company holds the ISO 14001-2004, OSAS 18001-2007, and ISO TS 16949-2009 certifications. to hold the TPM Excellence Award and the TPM Special Award from the Japanese Institute of Productivity Management. Sriram Pistons and Rings is a customer-centric company, a company where Kaizen and innovation are a mantra, a way of life, a company focused on customer delight, a company with several achievements but hungry for more, a company looking ahead, a company where every challenge is an opportunity. Sriram Pistons and Rings, your partner for the future.
Subrose has been at the forefront of success when it comes to flanking heat relentlessly, changing climate for good, comforting millions on the go, and realizing the dream of a cool India. However, the dream was not achieved in a day. It took efforts and planning, day in, day out, to live up to expectations every time. Delivering speed, quality, and cost, with values that sustain and create India's #1 automotive air conditioning company. We are partners of possibility and missionaries of performance. In pursuit of perfection. Subrose, India's #1 automotive air conditioning company.
Sunflag Iron and Steel Company Limited, a leading world-class manufacturer of alloy and specialty steel, has a joint venture with Daido Steel Japan. Sunflag has also adopted the latest technological know-how from Daido Steel. Sunflag engages with leading global technology solution providers for their state-of-the-art technology and sophisticated equipment. Years of experience make Sunflag the preferred choice of the industry for superior and widest product range used in critical components: engine, transmission, steering, suspension, bearing, valves, tools and dies. Sunflag has a Government of India recognized in-house R&D facility. As a part of forward integration, Sunflag has set up vacuum induction melting, electroslag remelting and vacuum arc remelting facilities, accredited with aerospace certification AS 9100D, and has technological tie-up with Ministry of Defense for advanced materials. Our super alloy products find application with aerospace, defense, nuclear power, oil and gas. Sunflag has received awards and accolades for innovation and localization, recognizing its pursuit for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Sunflag Iron and Steel Company Limited.
Bharat Forge Limited, we don't believe in pause buttons. 50 years ago, we hit play, and we haven't stopped since. We move, we go places, and we take our legacy with us. We started small, but our dreams were big. And we chased them tirelessly with all our heart. That's what brought us to the top. To the world's biggest names. And to people's lives. We're committed to partnering greatness, no matter where we go. From India to Germany, to France to Sweden, and USA. We always go that extra mile and bring the best to wherever our clients are, and we never settle. Over 50 years, we have pioneered innovations across fields. Our expertise keeps sharpening. We seek to build a better, smarter, and brighter tomorrow. And we will.
This world is full of achievements that haven't yet happened.
We haven't built a society where we can all move from place to place with no risks.
We haven't found a way to manufacture with zero CO2 emissions.
We haven't found a way to feed the entire world or build a robot that can work on the same level as a human.
When things we haven't achieved turn into things we have, these are the moments the world takes a step forward.
When the things we've achieved become the everyday.
That's where a better world awaits us.
Our goal is to work with our partners so we can make new things happen together. Because our world is full of achievements that haven't yet happened, and that's why we're here. Here at DINSO, we are professionals who make things happen.
Givar's ideals of humanity and nation building.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. May I request everyone to please settle down. We are ready to begin the special plenary and panel discussion. This is one of the most awaited sessions of the day. We have a panel of most distinguished leaders from OEMs, the government, and the electronics industry who will deliberate on the way forward as the industry transforms itself. I would like to welcome on stage our eminent panelists. May I please invite Mr. Sunil Kakkar, Chairperson and Senior Executive Director from Maruti Suzuki India, to please join us. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Kakkar. Mr. Ram Kuppuswamy, CPO and Head Transformation Projects, Hero Motor Corp. May I invite Mr. Ram Kuppuswamy to please join us on stage. Mr. Ravneet S. Pokela, Chief Business Officer and CEO, Arthur Energy. Ms. Mahua Acharya, MD and CEO of Convergence Energy Services. Mr. Josh Folger, Country Head and MD Bharat FIH Foxconn, and Ms. Aditi Shah, Senior Correspondent Reuters. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to please put your hands together for our eminent panel here. As you are aware that we were expecting Honorable Minister Dr. Mahendranath Pandey, Union Cabinet Minister for Heavy Industries, Government of India, virtually for his special address to the industry. He was earlier supposed to join us virtually as he was not well, but we are told that he is rather unwell and had to be hospitalized. We pray for his speedy recovery. Honorable Minister does send his best wishes for the 62nd annual session for Acma. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we would like to now start this panel discussion. I would like to request Ms. Aditi Shah to kindly conduct the panel discussion. She is a very renowned journalist and an authority on the dynamics of the auto industry. Over to you, Ms. Shah.
Hi. Okay, I think everyone can know. Very good evening to everyone here and to the panelists. I hope to have a very invigorating discussion on what has been a subject that's debated for a couple of years now, which is the future of mobility. And I think through the day we've heard a lot around electrification, the shift to EVs, the need for charging infrastructure, a lot of other things. But I wanted to broaden this out a little bit more and talk about some of the other technologies that are available. So we have CNG currently in India, which is also a green technology. There's hybrids, some of which have come in, some more are coming in. We have ethanol and at some point hydrogen as well. So I just wanted to open this to each and every panelist and to ask you, how do you see the transition from fossil fuel to clean fuel? And how do you see that having an impact on your company, but also, your supply chain and your ecosystem? So, anyone? Mahua, why don't you start? Lady on the stage.
Thank you. Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you once again to Acma for having me here. And Aditi for this panel. I'm amazed at the optimism. Where do I start? I know there's about 5,000 of you here. And you have been listening to electric mobility is what I understand. I was not here in the morning, unfortunately. To answer your question, what is the future? For me, from where I sit, electric is a given. Is a given. Some years ago, we were nudging, goading, using logic and numbers to say, look, it's cheaper to maintain. We're not doing that anymore. And again, from where I sit, the problem is a supply issue. The demand outstrips the supply. So that itself, I hope I'll be able to communicate the sentiment how I, from where I sit, have to regulate so that the industry is able to respond to the impatience, good impatience, incredible demand, and everybody wants their vehicle now. So I hope I've been able to answer this question, at least from a point of view of sentiment, for now.
Okay, great. It's not a transition for you, Ravneet, but do you want to talk about how you've seen the transition in the market more broadly?
Yeah, I think I echo what Mama just mentioned. I think the electrification ship has sailed, there's no question, right? We've been in this business for 8 years. I've been here 7 years in this business. And for a better part of the last 7 years, we have sleepless nights on how to unlock demand. You felt it, there was latent demand in the market, but it just refused to sort of wake up, right? But over the last 12 to 18 months, it's changed dramatically now. Demand is no longer a problem. As she said, the problem is supply, the predictable quality supply. And for the first time, we have a situation where, we have people waiting in line 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. People are willing to pay premium, and a good indicator of the market sentiment is when you start getting calls saying, "Mujhe ek scooter dilwa do." So that things are sort of, in a certain fashion. So I think for all of us in electric mobility, where we said that it's going to happen any time now, that time is now. Now it's incumbent on the entire ecosystem, whether it's supplier or the OEMs, to make sure that the momentum we see in the market, it is not lost because of extreme reasons like supply chain disruption or whatever it might be. But the good news is that there are customers out there who are happy and willing, and that augurs incredibly great news for the industry.
Mr. Kakkar, same question to you. How do you see, or what do you see as the path to clean mobility in India?
Thank you. So what I feel is, if we see the driver, what is the driver for all these dynamic powertrains options which are there, and what OEMs are trying to reach, or what government is insisting. One of the very important things is about the clean environment. That is a basic thing which we are trying to achieve, whether we do it through electric or we do strong hybrid or flex fuels or various options which we have. So I think today everybody sitting in the room is quite convinced that EV is going to be the future in any case, whether McKinsey predicts 15% by 2030 or whatever percentage. But the fact remains that for EV penetration, of course, as a Maruti, we are also quite strongly believing in that. But some of the challenges I think all of us sitting in the room have to really address about how the batteries will be available, how the charging can be done faster, how the infrastructure can come in. So of course introduction of EVs can be done by OEMs, but finally end of the day, all these things have to be really positive and favorable if the number has to really become sizable. From the minister's speech also it is coming out very clearly that government push on PLI for EVs and other things is also there. So that way it is quite conducive atmosphere to really push on these EV vehicles. But simultaneously we must also see that going forward the improvements in ICE, whether it is through alternate fuels like CNG or we are talking about flex fuels. So that is also remaining a large portion of the total chunk when the overall pie is growing. So there also I think a lot of investment, a lot of energy and time needs to be spent so that in India particularly it might happen that all these things are coexisting for quite some time. So as Mr. Mani also told in his speech that it may not be disruptive. So I also agree that it will be a transitional thing, maybe two-wheelers and other segments and four-wheelers also coming in. But we need to do something about the challenges which are there to bring to that inflection point where EVs can really penetrate. That is one part. And second, to make anything viable is again on the affordability. Whether it is an EV vehicle to be bought by a customer or his motivation is always that he should get value for money. So there again, what Minister has been clearly saying, and I have also been insisting in various other forums that localization becomes a key. Whether we are talking about new technologies or improvisation in the existing ICE vehicles or we are talking about EV. I think localization is something which we have to really work on, and Acma members are the best to collaborate with OEMs to have bigger challenge that whatever up till now could not be localized, how it can be done going forward. So that is my view on this. Thank you.
Ram.
All right. Okay. Firstly, thank you for Acma and this opportunity to be on this panel here today. See, my view, slightly contrarian perhaps, is that if you look at the opportunity for electric vehicles, I agree with the comments earlier that at some point in time, the transition will happen. That said, India is a very, very large country, as you all know. Less than 50% of the households today have a form of mobility. And there's another 50% out there that's asking for options for mobility. So I think that if I look at ICE vehicles today versus some of the EV vehicles, even for the next few years, the product quality cost ratio, I don't necessarily see an answer that fits the needs of that 50% and more households are asking for the mobility answer. And given that, I think there's going to be a lot of growth for EVs for sure, but there's also going to be a lot of growth for ICE vehicles all the way into the foreseeable future, particularly with some of the options that you mentioned, CNG and some of the flex fuel options that are coming up. I do believe there's a robust future for ICE as well. So before somebody starts writing off ICE, I would be really thoughtful. The second larger, I think, disruption that all of us should acknowledge and work on, in my view, is around electronics. There's far more electronification than electrification, I think, that's happening off, particularly the two-wheeler segment. And we have to be, we have to adopt it, we have to embrace it, we have to figure out a way to lead that for the world. And that's where I think the larger opportunity lies for not just us as OEMs in Europe, but of course for the broader ecosystem and the community of Acma.
Okay, thank you. I think he's laid the ground for you, Josh.
It's good to share the stage with my ex-boss, Ram. So thanks, Ram, for setting it up. Me and Ram were in Nokia together, and so I come from a background about 25 years in electronics, so my answer is going to be a little jaded, and I'll probably sort of take off where Ram left off. See, I think in 2001, I was in Nokia at the time in the US, and they said there's a term called digital convergence. And at that time they said that next year or next 2 years, Nokia will be selling more digital cameras than anybody in the world. And we were like, haha, you know, and but we did. And so your PC, your Walkman, alarm clock, all of these things sort of converged into, you know, this device, you have today. And I've seen convergence happening in a rapid pace in this industry. And when we as a company in Bharat FIH entered the electronics space, started to focus on the two-wheelers to start with. And we suddenly saw that, I mean, for me it was a flashback. It's a 20-year flashback saying that, okay, this is going to happen. And we have learned a lot. Of course, the last 2 years, everybody talks about semiconductor. And I'm a mechanical engineer, so I mean, I cannot claim that I know anything about semiconductor, but we know that it's a problem. We know the dynamics in semiconductor being in the electronic space. The 2 or 3 things which I think is very important as, and I think Ram said that, you have to be careful, about how you transition, because this is a big country, we have a lot of existing infrastructure set up, so you need to be very, very mindful of how you transition different categories. But I think electronics, what I've learned in the last 25 years is standardization helps. I think it's very, very important, and when you look at the roadmap of PCs, mobile phones, servers, and all those things, standardization is very, very important. And how you design that standardization into your products, I think is going to be a big play on how you have shortages or not shortages, no shortages. The second thing, and I think this is going to, as this convergence is happening, you're going to be coming into an industry where I'm from, the ICT industry. Things operate a bit differently. As an example, the largest mobile phone manufacturer in the world, I don't want to say who it is done by contract manufacturers or EMS companies, electronics manufacturing services. So I'm not saying that we'll make two-wheelers for Ram tomorrow, but maybe it's a question for him, right? So why not, right? And because that end products are made, not just components and modules, right? So that's something which can be of value. The third point is design. 70% of all ICT products today are fully designed by ODMs in our industry. And all of these things, all of these 3 points really help you enter this confluence a little bit boldly, I think, so that you won't have the shortages, you won't have the things. And believe me, there are a lot of opportunities. You just need to be a little bit open as you enter the space, and really, as Piyush ji said, take India to the next. I mean, get India ready for the century. So, back to you, Arati.
Thank you. Do you actually have a response to that? Do you think we can move into the contract manufacturing sort of mindset?
I mean, I think...
sorry, that was to Ram. Yeah, in response to what you asked him, that you'll build the bikes for him.
So I think, firstly, I don't think we have to move there. Hero is a company, and Dr. Manjul has built this company, I would say, on the back of phenomenal partnerships for the last, I would say, 40 years, right? I see Vikram there in the crowd and he's smiling. He's been part of the journey for the most part, and many of you in this crowd, I look around and I've had phenomenal conversations with many of our partners who've all been part of that journey. So I think the journey that Josh is talking about is something that I feel Hero is already a part of, wherein a big part of what we develop as a product and we deliver to our consumers actually comes from many of the partners who are sitting in this auditorium today. We would welcome the opportunity, of course, to work with FIH, because Not only because Josh is there, but I would say also because they are truly a leader in the space of the electronics value chain, being able to deliver incredible products in that space. So we would welcome the opportunity to work with them. But the larger question that I want to answer for you is partnerships and partners matter. They are the backbone of any OEM like us being successful in the market.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Mr. Kaka, you said that there are other technologies as well, that are prevalent in India. How do you then plan your supply chain? How do you strategize? Where do you put your investments? Where do suppliers put their investments if we're going to have coexistence?
So, as I told in my initial remark also, that what we feel strongly is that all these technologies are going to coexist, which means that as a supplier community or as the component makers, it is very important that as you see that how localization can be done for electric vehicle components, parallelly on ICE improvements or flex fuel and hybrid, strong hybrid also, there again the investments need to be done because the industry as such size has to grow. So with that, even if penetration of EV happens to a certain percentage, still we will find that there are a lot of requirement for ICE engines in different forms. So there we would request that wherever localization can be done, cost can be brought to a competitive level. That is extremely important. And particularly if we talk about EV, then everybody is aware that today battery costs, about disposal of battery. So these kind of things we have to really improve to see that going forward how we can benefit of these opportunities are available.
Okay. And sir, when you talk about localization, what are some of the areas we should look at as we transition to cleaner fuels? Doesn't only have to be electric, but what are the areas we should look at to localize? What components, what streams, what sectors?
Localization, if we talk from the auto industry four-wheeler point of view, so primarily on the content which we are importing directly, that is mostly local. But as a supplier, we are importing a lot of parts which are in electronics area, mechatronics area, and some kind of special steels are there which are still remain imported. So these are the ones which are now a big challenge. And I am sure with the 30, 40 or even more experience of people or entrepreneurs who are sitting here and have become really large, now it is a challenge for them that how we can do such kind of things which are difficult in technology, which may not be so viable in the beginning and needs much higher risk to be taken. So those are the challenges which I think some of us sitting here will have to definitely take so that this localization can happen. Also, one thing which is very important is that by and large in the past, technology and a lot of things was designed, developed always at the parent company globally. So there again, mindset needs to be changed, and whatever it is possible to be done within India, maybe because of software talent or maybe with the high talent of people who can do some kind of design and those kind of jobs. So as a combination, it can be seen globally how for the entire group it can become really cheaper, whether the company is belonging to X country or Y country or Z country. But globally we have to see that overall how we can maintain the cost, which means that even if we have to localize the engineering skills in India, so those things are also very important to become competitive.
Mahua, localization is one of the things you feel very passionately about as well. You have a great bird's eye view from the aggregation that you do. You have a bird's eye view, you have a ground view as well. So what has been, where have you seen larger acceptance when it comes to the aggregation of electric vehicles that you've done, and where are some of the challenges still?
So let me give, I'll respond with two points to respond to that. When we ran, so in the interest of the audience, we concluded a tender for 5,500 electric buses. A big portion of that was facilitated through a federal subsidy. Now that central government subsidy came with its own requirements around localization, so in a way neither I had a choice nor did the industry. I was fortunate enough to have meaningful discussions with OEMs who advised me and suggested when I asked questions like, okay, here's a list that the government has, what else can I do, how much more can I do from there. In that sense, the receptivity question is not so relevant because it was a requirement. Now going forward, the target that we've got, that we're working with, is 50,000 electric buses. When I was given this target, I had no reactions. But I'll share with the audience that my sense is that the demand, in fact, now is going to be more than 50,000 electric buses. The demand as I speak right now is overwhelming. The demand is absolutely overwhelming. Now, there is no central subsidy anymore. That then begs the question of a certain level of responsibility. And so in many ways, now is the point where I'm hoping to have a meaningful discussion with members of Acma on where we land up with localization, because it is in fact a government imperative to localize as much as possible. The second piece that I just want to share, which is not really localization, but in a way it is very localized problem. In our bus model, the model that we have so far used, not saying that that will be the only model going forward. In this model, we're expecting that the OEM goes ahead and drives these buses. And you're the specialist of that technology, you want to control that technology, you want to make sure that it does its job productively. And so you want to maintain the driver. Now we're moving from where I sit from the government, we're moving to a point where suddenly there is this extra drivers in our state transport corporations. So it's incumbent on us. We have no choice. We have to find a localized model where we don't put people out of jobs. Even if it is a small percentage, it's hard to wipe that over. The fact is it is not a small percentage. I'm not saying that it's a problem across the country, but it's a significant enough problem across many, many states. And there is no model. And it is really incumbent upon us to find a localized model for that scenario.
Okay. Ravneet, for you, localization, of course, has been of a different kind because electric is new. How have you been engaging with suppliers to build this ecosystem, and how are you working on your localization piece to avoid disruptions you may have seen earlier that curbed production for you?
So I think it's been a long and, I've got to say, arduous journey for us. When we began 6-7 years back, when we were looking at partnerships, working with our vendor partners to localize, it wasn't an easy discussion because at that stage, the market hadn't taken off. There were no volumes to talk about. Designs that we were building, they were not standardized. So we were expecting our partners to sort of look at new designs that were not used to. We weren't at a stage as startups to commit any huge volumes, and yet we said, please invest. Now that's not an easy conversation to have with any vendor, right? So today we have, when we look at vendor partnerships and we come a long way, I'll just talk about that. But at that point in time, it really wasn't a question of, we're going into the market looking at, who are the partners we should work with. It was a case of who will work with us, who is willing to invest, right? So we were fortunate, there was some, when fixing starts, we sort of managed. But what's happened is as the opportunity has become very apparent, now the fact that electrification is sort of on its way is not lost on anyone, right? Now, we may argue that if 5 years, 7 years, 8 years, coexistence, all that stuff, but reality is that whichever way you choose to look at it, right? Whichever view you take an optimistic view, pessimistic view, you triangulate various sources, it's a large enough market for any willing to invest, right? And we reach a stage, when the partner to invest, right? And we reached a stage where if you're looking at, a long-term sustainability of any industry, you cannot but look at electrification as an area you want to get into, right? So, given the national momentum, also, I've got to say that nudged by the government, right? For example, the FAME scheme was great. At that point in time, it seemed like a pain saying, well, how do I localize? Because if I don't localize, we won't get a subsidy. But honestly, as an OEM, it was difficult, but it was good. Because it just forced us to fast track something that we might have done later on, right? Because eventually, this is not just about, from a government point of view of sustainability, which obviously is important. But even if I get down to brass tacks on economics of OEMs, right? A local supply chain, a predictable supply chain is crucial to success, right? And if we hadn't invested in localization as OEMs, and if partners hadn't sort of risen to that challenge to localize, we would not have been here today, right? So I think personally, if you ask me, I think the pains of localization are behind us. Not to say that localization is done completely, everything is hunky-dory, but this initial hesitation, the humps to climb, I think we are past the hump now. It's only a question of how soon can we operationalize, but But the fact is that today when I look at my entire value chain, if I look at the entire bill of materials, other than cells, which we know today we have a problem, hopefully we'll solve that over the next 3 to 5 years on the back of PLI, there is nothing you can think of, right, that today we're not able to sort of produce in India. Sure, I mean there are nuances to that, there are tier 1, tier 2, electronics come from outside, but it's a journey that we are very much on, right? So it's really, like I said, it's a problem that I think is behind us in a larger sense. It's a question of execution and operations now.
Ram, you've not ruled out, ICE vehicles as yet, so I think the localization question not totally relevant, but in terms of the electric two-wheeler space, I think the adoption over there has been much faster, 2- and 3-wheelers. Has that transition taken you by surprise in any way, and how do you see your movement? I mean, is it going to be linear for Hero? Is it going to be from, fossil fuel, other technology, electric, something else? But are you taken by surprise by how many electric two-wheelers we're selling?
So for some of you might know this, but I'm relatively new to the auto industry, so I've been here for a lot less than many of the folks in the audience, including folks on the stage. And I come as well from the electronics industry more than that. But so when I came in, right, there was there's all the press and the news that you hear about how quickly electric vehicles are getting adopted. And so I came in with a certain view of how quickly that adoption is happening. And I would say I've been surprised the other way, which is I've been surprised to see that the actual adoption on the ground, the actual growth, I would say, on the ground is a lot slower than what people thought it to be. And that, I think, comes from some of the central challenges that I mentioned earlier, which is if you look at the product, quality and cost today of a typical EV vehicle, and you compare that against an ICE vehicle, there still is a substantial gap in pretty much every one of those parameters. That's the reality today. And if you look at the evolution of each one of those elements, quality, product, and cost over the next few years, of course, there could be phenomenal technology breakthroughs that we make and we are hoping to make in each one of those areas. But barring that, I would say that the adoption is going to be linear more than anything else, right? And that, by the way, I know is clearly not as rosy as some of the projections many people make, right? But there is a very strong reality hidden in that, which is, again, I go back to the fact that the ICE portfolio that exists in India today, that serves millions and millions of people faithfully today, will continue to serve, in my view, for many years to come, that purpose. There will absolutely be a role for EV, there will absolutely be a large role for EV, which of course we would love and will be participating as well. Dr. Munjal made an announcement a couple of months ago about our platform, and we will absolutely serve that base as well. But India is a large country. There will be room for traditional ICE. By the way, you called it fossil fuel versus clean. I'm not so sure the distinction is fossil versus clean. Given the kind of emission norms that all of us are complying to these days, I would say that what's fossil is quite clean these days. But that notwithstanding, I would say alternate forms of fuel, there's going to be a market for that. There's going to be a market for EV, a large market for EV, and a large market for the traditional ICE vehicles that we sell, which will be electric, which will be electronic, which will be smart, which will have phenomenal capabilities and continue to serve a big swath of the customers in India. So I would say it's not a question of or, it's not a question of disrupting it, it's a question of and.
Okay. Fair enough. Josh, you've made, in the last couple of years, you've entered into the auto space. You supply some components to Ather and to Ola, actually. How do you see growth in this sector? And I know you touched upon the contract manufacturing point, but how do you look at localization? What are the challenges still to manufacturing electronics in India?
I think it's, as Ravneet mentioned, so we do supply some things to Ravneet, and it's been a very good journey, I should say, of us learning the auto industry, our team learning the auto industry. The auto industry has certain engineering principles which are designed around safety, and so I think we respected that. We learned a lot. All the compliances, all the approvals and all those things is something which we learned, through them and with them. And I think it is very important for us to baseline ourselves, on as we enter this industry, because we have always looked at, I personally am a mechanical engineer, so I've always wanted to work in the auto industry, never got an opportunity to do that. I guess now I am back in a way. But what the auto industry does is very, very systematic. Now, as I said, this convergence which is happening, we saw that. We saw that as we were working with with our customers, is that you're talking different terminology. And the end result was the same. It is probably just the same thing, but you're just approaching it from a different viewpoint or just different terminology. And so baselining was very important. Now, as I said before, I think the opportunities to improve are clearly still in standardization. I think when you look at electronic components, semiconductor included, it is very standardized. Even a very specific SIP is relatively standardized. Even if you don't think about an SOC. And I think it's the standardization of the modules, be it your VCUs, your motor control units. All these things are very, very essential, and it's a fantastic supply chain, which will evolve from this, which has scale. As the minister was talking, as Dr. Goenka was talking about, to achieve this scale, to achieve the right price points, the right quality levels, I think you need that standardization. I think it's very, very important, and I think those are opportunities which I think we will learn. I think apart from that, I'll say that the auto industry has such a deep impact in the society in India, especially. I think globally, yes, but in India, this industry has been probably, as the minister said, I'll say one of the cornerstone industries in terms of employment of, big companies, MSMEs, SMEs, skills, and whatnot. So what this industry does is going to be beautiful. I think, in a way, I think the electronics industry will be appreciated a lot more. I feel, what we do as an EMS company or an ODM company or a component company in electronics will be a lot more appreciated in the country, as we enter this space, because there's just so much regard for what the auto OEMs do and what the membership of Acma does. So I think it's a very good convergence if we play it out nice. The government's policies, FAME 2, the PLI, are all fabulous, and I think we just need to plan this out in a nice manner. I think the McKinsey report, I should say, thanks to the team that put together, I think it is very, very incredible way of transitioning the country and the current base into this thing. So I feel that if we play this out, I think we don't even, the minister was talking about 2030, but even 2026 we will see some milestones. Electronics manufacturing, Honorable Minister and the Prime Minister have given us a target of 300 billion to be made in India. And so I think a bigger part of that, hopefully comes from the auto space as well. And as Ram said, it's not just electronics in EVs, it's also the electronics in ICE, vehicles, which also have a little bit of run time. Maybe the transition will take 10 years or whatnot. I think we can achieve that together.
So in that context, how are you looking at growing your presence here? Are you having more conversations with car makers? Foxconn globally is getting into building electric vehicles. Does Bharat FIH have similar ambitions in India? You talked about two-wheelers, not about cars.
I'm here, so I'm, just like Ram, I'm new, so we are Chennai based, so we don't, I was talking to Harish there, we don't come here often, but now that we are here, hopefully we will engage with the OEMs, and I'll say, even tier ones to see how we can partner up, with them in creating this ecosystem in India. And so we're quite keen on doing that.
Okay. I think the key component for more electronics is also semiconductors, and we've been through sort of our crisis on that. Mr. Kakkar, I want to start with you. Do you think that the crisis has eased? I think we hear that a little more often now, that it's kind of behind us. And also, how have you modified or changed your supply chain, or made some alterations to make sure that you don't hit such a crisis again, you don't have to stop production?
So if we see the crisis which we have been facing on semiconductors for last almost 2 years now, so that can be clearly seen in probably, as per our understanding, two parts. One is the incidents which happened across the globe, which resulted in that particular area got affected and the supply disruption was there, whether we talk about US polar storm or we talk about fire incident at semiconductor maker or COVID cases in Malaysia. So these were specific incidents which affected the overall supply situation. But also there are structural differences now. So as far as the events which were concerned, they have always been recovered now by the respective companies. And I would say that that is already stabilized, whether it is winter polar storm effect or all those things. But on the structural gap between the demand and supply, that what I understand still remains intact. Because what we have also interacted with semiconductor makers, and we had a very close interaction with them. So what is understood is that overall in terms of the demand of semiconductor has really gone up. If we talk about the all industries put together, they are talking about 27 to 28% increase, and particularly if we talk about auto industry, which is around 10 to 12% of the total semiconductor requirements, that itself has gone by 35%. Now when we see the order book of semiconductor makers, it is going up by 35%. But if we correlate that to the production which is happening globally, that is not to that tune. So probably what has happened is, one is of course electrification has gone up. So with the kind of electric vehicles which are coming, or electronics going up within the car, so per car usage of semiconductor has definitely gone up, which has resulted into this demand up. But also we are finding that there are some orders which are maybe little on the inflationary side or whatever from different OEMs. So even for semiconductor makers to really assess that what could be the capacity requirements for future, because when we talk about one fab, we are talking about not less than 3 to 4 years time frame, and we are not talking anything less than $4 to $5 billion which have to be invested. So that is something which is a very long-term process. So of course when we see on the demand side, still it remains intact, and as I told, overbooking is still there for calendar year 23. That is to the extent of 30%. So today also, whatever interactions we had, all the semiconductor makers are really running to their full capacities, and only hopes which they are doing till the time capacities are coming, that is on the better yield, where they have some technical answers to improving the yield. Not a very conventional one, but that improves the yield even by 20% going forward. So that could be one relief which may happen. But still we need to see that whether the demand remains the actual level, or whether the OEMs are going to procure that much or not. So that is one thing which we need to see before we can conclude that it is behind us. So specifically on certain assets or certain icons, it may still remain going forward also. Another thing which we need to see that to ease out, all the pipeline capacities which were already decisions were taken much in the past and which are going to get activated now. So most of the plants worldwide which we have checked with the semiconductor makers, they are coming in the range of nanometers which are less than 40. So that is again a challenge for auto industry, because somehow in the past the way designs were done or something of that sort, the nanometer usage was much higher. So one of the solutions which we also need to see going forward as a learning, most important is that whether we are now switching over to those relevant nanometers where the actual investment is happening or not. Because finally, one is that auto industry, whether globally or India, also has to compete with other industries when we are blocking capacities or making our portion attractive to them. So for that, I think that transition is very, very important. But talking particularly on the short term, just to meet the requirements of the production, so obviously we have taken some measures. Of course, one are related to technical solutions, where we have looked at the alternate chips or maybe alternate location of a supplier, even using sometimes higher grade memories which could provide the same functionality, but even though it is little expensive, but at least we could make the cars out of that. So these kind of actions we have already taken, and apart from that, one of the very important thing, because the lead time, again we witnessed one of the plants also where we saw that actual beginning to end of a semiconductor takes almost 3 months to finish. So there are long drawn process to really finish one particular chip which is entering and moving out of the place. So there all the makers are also keen that auto industry should be doing a sort of more engagement with them, and probably a long term, whether we talk about 3 years or 2 years or 4 years, that time span they are really requiring to know our demands so that accordingly things can be planned by them. So I would say that is the current situation. So definitely short term, many of the places it has eased out because of events getting sorted out or the incidents getting sorted out, but still on the structural demand we need to see. Also non-auto versus auto is a big challenge, because when this demand of non-auto went up during the COVID time, when auto orders were quite conservative, now there is a little easing on that. But when we have checked the flexibility, whether the same can be utilized one-on-one, so that is not possible technically, but definitely it will give some ease to the auto supplies. So this is the current situation and how we need to work on that.
Okay. Thank you. Just want to conclude this session and ask all the panelists one last question before, the same question essentially for everyone, but sort of more tailored towards, your businesses. The shift to EVs is inevitable, is what we discussed. There is a certain supply chain that exists in India, but there is, there are new components that are needed. We've now, Vedanta has talked about the semiconductor plant, there's cell manufacturing through, PLI. But when we look at companies, everyone's looking at, diversifying. There's a China plus one strategy. What can we do in India to bring some of these investments here and make sure we don't lose out to our neighbors? And do you think, having stronger trade ties, having more trade agreements is one of the ways to go, or is there another way to do it? Javneet, I'll just start with you and we can just move down the line.
So I think a couple of things. If I break the EV industry down into different, let's say, vehicle classes, there are a couple of vehicle classes where we generally have the opportunity to lead the world. So specifically in two-wheelers, right? So two-wheeler innovation necessarily needs to come from a market that has a large domestic demand, right? So India is in a very unique position. We have a very large domestic demand. We have a strong talent pool. We have the capability and we have the capital in terms of at least venture capital at this point in time, right? So essentially it's a perfect storm to really lead the world. And this is the opportunity to work with, for OEMs and supplier partners to work together, because we, as OEMs, we understand when we design for things like usability, etc. But there are many nuances to design, things like designing for manufacturability, standardization, George has been talking about, designing for cost, designing for service, etc., etc. So between OEMs and supplier partners, if you co-create, if you co-design, we have the ability to really create strong innovation and lead the world in terms of just capability, right? And then of course the second layer of tariff barriers, etc., which the government sort of can step in. But fundamentally, the value proposition that we can create is second to none, at least from a two-wheeler perspective, if not the entire industry.
I'll try and answer some portion of your investment question with financing. And I'll focus this a little bit on electric buses, because then the financing needs are much bigger. The two-wheeler segment is still a retail business, and three-wheelers is quite similar. It costs about $1.5 crore for an electric bus right now. In the only model that we have proven, again, not saying that this is the only model going forward, the OEM is left holding that investment. The OEM right now fronts the bus, pays for the bus, keeps it on the tarmac for 12 years, and also finances and operates it. So, our market has to become a little bit more sophisticated, and I'm hopeful, I'm working to get there. What in fact needs to happen here is more domestic. Our own domestic systems have to respond. I think they have to change. Our different sorts of capital have to come in. after months, I think we've sorted out the contract. I really believe that the contract now is quite a level playing field between the State Transport Corporation, which is our focus for now. I'm not saying it's a focus only going forward, but the size of these things are quite big. Each of these tenders is about $1 billion. So the investment question, of course, we need much more production. And of course, I'm looking forward to the best of technology coming up. And we will design business models where the technology doesn't get stuck, that the business model is not static, and the technology that you've provided over here doesn't stay around and you have no choice but to run with it. I mean, it's happening already. But really, to respond to all of this, our financial structures have to respond. Our debt has to work at a level that works for the industry. We don't have the institutional architecture to protect investment. And all of this is recognized. In fact, I might just do a small little plug that tomorrow and day after, we're focusing only on this one particular financing topic, because to build out an public electric vehicle ecosystem that is not retail focused and is going to be B2B, B2G, meaning large scale wholesale, the level of financing, the type of protection, the color and personality of capital will be different. So that's, I think, our current biggest challenge. Great.
My view on India taking the best of this opportunity which is available, whether we call China +1 or whatever electric vehicles and whatever is coming in future, only one mantra which is very important, and among others, which I believe is definitely we have to change our mindset on producing the best quality and global quality levels in whatever we do, whether we produce for ICE engine or electric engine or whatever. But finally, I feel that people who will have global best quality levels, they will be the biggest beneficiary of this opportunity which is available.
So I'll try and answer that very quickly from a couple of dimensions. The first is, I think that there's a lot of capabilities that we've developed through years, decades of working with ICE vehicles in the auto sector that are very translatable, which will absolutely carry over into the EV side. Operationalizing very difficult, challenging processes in India, scaling again to incredible levels starting from scratch, the ability to source very difficult raw materials and be able to translate that into finished products. These capabilities are universal, and they absolutely will apply as we make the EV transition happen. The second area where I feel we can choose to excel, which I think is very sort of underpenetrated, is the transition that's happening to software. We all talk a lot about the hardware side of what needs to be made, but make no mistake, with the transition to EV, as well as the electronics that is coming into ICE vehicles, there is a software layer that is getting created, which we need to be nurtured, maintained, and expanded. And given the kind of talent that we have historically in India around software, I do believe we can take pole position in that, and this community can absolutely lead the way on that front as well.
I think, as the Minister said, and I see this, a lot of countries want, a lot of global supply chains want India to be successful now in this space. I think that's for sure. And I think, like the auto industry has proven, I think it's India plus. I think we have India demand, which is, I think, fairly large, and then you have India plus the export. And I think the answer really is Atmanirbhar Bharat. You know, I think Atmanirbhar Bharat is supported by PLI scheme and really supports this India plus. What is Atmanirbhar Bharat? At least in my simple definition, Atmanirbhar Bharat is designed in India. It is Indian machines, you know, where you really need to have the know-how, you know, localized tooling so that you can support and be competitive. And third is make in India, right? So I think if we are able to get these three ingredients of Atmanirbhar in place, I think, you know, you are ready for India plus, and we will take advantage of what you know, the global supply chains want, and we can grow and really make and beat you know, the targets Sanjay has taken on behalf of us from the minister. So thank you, Aditi.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll hand it back to Vinny. Thank you very much for an engaging conversation.
Thank you, Nisha, and to our esteemed panelists for this very engaging discussion. May I now request President Acma, Mr. Sanjay Kapoor, to please do the honors of presenting the mementos to our eminent parents, starting with Mr. Sunil Kakkar. Mr. Sunil Kakkar. To Mr. Ram Kuppuswamy. To Mr. Ravneet S. Pukela. To Ms. Mahua Acharya. To Mr. Josh Folker. And last but not least, to our session moderator, Ms. Aditi Shah. Once again, our heartfelt gratitude to all our panelists and the moderator. We now move on to a very exciting session, an exclusive session with Honorable Minister Shri Nitin Gadkari, Honorable Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Government of India. And I will hand it over to Mr. Vinay Mehta to take charge of the proceedings for the last session. Thank you.
And then there are visionary.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to you. We have the pleasure of having with us Honorable Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, the Union Minister of Road Transport, Highways, the Government of India. I request Mr. Sanjay Kapoor, President Acma, and Ms. Shraddha Suri Marwa, the Vice President of Acma, to join us on the dais along with the Minister. It's indeed a pleasure for us to have Honorable Shri Gadkari ji with us today. Sir, thank you for joining us today. The immensely driven Mr. Gadkari needs no introduction. Sir, your passion for road and vehicle safety, for curbing pollutions, and for improving transportation, logistics, and road is indeed very well known. I call upon President Acma to formally welcome our honorable guest, please.
Good afternoon once again, Shri Nitin Gadkari, Honorable Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Shraddha, Vice President of Acma, Vinny, Director General of Acma, ladies and gentlemen. It is my profound privilege to welcome Honorable Shri Gadkari ji to this exclusive session. At the outset, Gadkari ji, I thank you for your tremendous support to the automotive industry and for your vision and drive to make the Indian automotive sector and its supporting infrastructure truly world-class. The zeal with which national highways are being built, inaugurated almost every day, is indeed a source of inspiration for all of us. Clearly, you are setting the benchmark much higher. I must say that you have indeed redefined mobility in India with your passion for safe, clean, deeply localized, efficient, and ecologically sustainable transportation solutions for the people of our country. At this juncture, I must reiterate that Acma has always stood for a long-term technology-agnostic roadmap for the automotive industry. The Indian market is large enough to allow for coexistence of multiple technologies. We're also happy that the Ministry of Road Transport is engaging well with all stakeholders to ensure well-planned rollout of newer technologies. This will allow for adequate localization of technologies, facilitating the component industry to offer higher value-added solutions. This will indeed be in the interest of the domestic industry and the nation at large. Once again, sir, a big thank you for your presence today. We look forward eagerly to your address and direction to the industry. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Kapoor. Before I invite Honorable Minister, we would like to play a short video on his achievements. Sir, with your permission.
Society to where they ought to be, rather than where they want to be, is what separates a visionary from mere leader. This rare quality is what sets apart Nitin Gadkari, Minister of Road Transport and Highways, from many of his ilk. Born in 1957 into a free-thinking agricultural family, Nitin Gadkari at heart has always been a social worker inspired by the RSS founder T.V. Hedgewar's ideals of humanity and nation building. Taking off as Minister of the Public Works Department in 1995, Nitin Gadkari made groundbreaking changes in the speed the city of Mumbai traveled. So impressed was the then PM Atal Bihari Vajpayee with Gadkari's performance as PWD Minister that he offered him a responsibility of weaving road nets in the whole of rural India. The outstanding Swarnim Chaturбhuj Yojana, of which Shri Gadkari was the chairman, is the culmination of these efforts. 55 flyovers dotting the city have made commuting in Mumbai much easier than ever before. The foundation for the magnificent Bandra-Worli Sea Link was also ready during this time. The jewel in the crown of Maharashtra, India's first expressway, the world-class Pune-Mumbai Expressway, is also a futuristic project imagined and brought to fruition by Nitin Gadkari. Connecting over 13,000 unconnected villages with an all-winner $100 million project is another feat accomplished by this far-sighted visionary. Nagpur, his hometown, has seen first of its kind double-decker bridge. An innovative beautification of flyover using local artists and painting of great political and social leaders was added attraction. Ajni Intermodal Station will have connectivity between long-distance buses, city buses, railways, metro, and indirect link with city airport. Nagpur Broad Gauge Metro, which is a commuter rail project planned for Nagpur city and extending up to adjacent areas of Wardha, Nalkher, Ramteh, Bhandara, and Chhindwara. World-class institutions like IIT, IIM, and AIIMS emerge and thrive under his watchful gaze. This is in addition to the over 1,000-acre vidyalayas that go a long way into molding the future tribal generation. Performing over 10,000 successful heart surgeries is another stupendous achievement in his illustrious career as a warm-hearted do-gooder. The city of Nagpur is the first city to explore alternative biofuels for transport. These include bio-CNG buses. His innovative idea of India's first of its kind CNG-run tractor has proved to be farmer-friendly, cost-effective, and helping in reducing air pollution. In a historic push for biofuels, Gadkariji is introducing flex engines which will run on 100% ethanol, directly providing additional income to farmers and the agricultural sector. Sanskritik Mahotsav, motivating local artists to go nationally. Kriya Mahotsav, supporting local sportsmen to showcase their abilities and motivate them to go nationally and on Olympic level. Projects like AgroVision are helping farmers with latest technologies and practices. His idea of using sewage water for power generation, use of ethanol as fuel, had added a whole new dimension to the city's development program. As India's current Minister of Road Transport Highways, he has re-energized the whole sector with his clear vision. With more than 40,000 kilometers of national highways constructed in the last 7 years, 60,000 kilometers of more roads under his supervision are being constructed. The speed of road construction from a mere 3 kilometers in 2014 has grown to 40 kilometers in 2021. The dazzling Delhi-Mumbai Expressway has set 4 new world records with 12,500 cubic meters of concrete being laid down on the 4-lane stretch of 25.4 kilometers. These world records are as follows. Highway construction rate at 37 kilometers per hour. Construction of 2.5 kilometer long 4-lane concrete road near Vadodara and Delhi-Mumbai Expressway in 24 hours. Laying down of 26 kilometer long bitumen road at Solapur-Bijapur section of NH52 in 21 hours. A 50% growth in the length of the national highways in the last 7 years of the NDA government is a monumental achievement. The figures went up from 91,287 kilometers to 1,37,625 kilometers. Going further, INR 3.32 lakh crore is allotted for 22 Greenfield Expressway, initiated by the bridge builder Messiah, as he is formally referred to. Bharatmala and Sagarmala, 2 world-class access control expressway projects led by Nitin Gadkari, are presently in various stages of construction. The Bharatmala project seeks to eliminate the perennial road traffic movement in Broadway across the country. With Nitin Gadkari taking charge, India's much maligned logistics sector has also metamorphosed from a point-to-point model to a hub-and-spoke model. This multi-modal transport system integrates railways, highways, inland waterways, and airports, conjuring a highly effective transportation grid, substantially reducing logistic costs and pollution. 35 multi-modal logistic parks, 50 economic corridors, 10 intermodal stations are being ready for the monumental effort. Logistics summits with the international participants, including government organizations and the World Bank, leading to MOUs worth 2 lakh crore, have been held to add muscle to the initiative. Among his other endeavors, unprecedented progress is evident in port industrialization, national water highway traffic, jetties for coastal tourism, Ganga Yamuna cleaning, fundraising, asset monetization project, toll operate transfer. As MSME Minister, he has gone all the way to promote entrepreneurship, helping rural youth to adopt khadi as a means of self-employment. The MSME Ministry has also found wings under Mr. Gadkari. He changed the definition for classification of MSME. Now, a company investing 1 crore and earning a turnover of 5 crore classified as micro company. The portal Udyam Registration UR offers faceless, fully online, paperless and transparent MSME registration process fully integrated with income tax and GSTN systems. His brainchild, Joe Kranti, Buldhana pattern of water conservation, will change the economy of villages by rejuvenating water bodies, as won a global award. Mr. Gurkari introduced the first ever vehicle scrapping policy, which proved to be a fight against pollution and in the interest of road and vehicle safety. Move Fast Tag policy is helping commuters to save their fuel and time on toll plazas. Some of his major work, like unprecedented push for research and development in electric vehicles, leading research and development for usage of waste materials in highway construction to cut down highway construction costs and generate wealth out of waste materials, developing roadways and funicular railways in the remotest parts of the country, thus boosting tourism. Panchgaon project for women of making carpets from scrap cloth is a classic example of women empowerment. Khadi Prakritik paint, which is made from cow dung, is aiding in employment in rural areas and have exponentially improved rural economy. When all industries were shut in the pandemic, Mr. Gurkari empathized with people by conducting webinars and 800 plus video conferences. His quick decision making in procuring oxygen, PPE kits, helped those affected by the deadly virus. He generously donated ambulances to NGOs, helped to set up oxygen plants, factory to make remdesivir injections and injections for mucormycosis. Thus, by showcasing strong leadership and taking quick decisions, he handled the COVID situation effectively. His affable nature goes beyond everyday personal equations as he continues to transmit his radiance and ideas to every individual or organization with his unmatched zeal. Gifted with an ability to dream the seemingly impossible dreams and getting them to fruition also defines this clairvoyant visionary. Nitin Gadkari shines on as one of modern India's pioneering leaders and his work a template for the coming generations. If there ever was the infrastructure man of India, he would answer to the name Nitin Jairam Gadkari.
Thank you. I now request Honorable Shri Gadkari ji to kindly address us and share his vision of the automotive sector as it transforms itself. Sir.
Mr. Sanjay Kapoor, President of Acma, Ms. Shraddha Marwa, Vice President, Mr. Vini Mehta, Director General, distinguished dignitaries, colleagues from industries and my dear friends. Presently, particularly, I am really giving you thanks for making maximum record of production and export and giving strength to Indian economy. And for that reason, your contribution is very remarkable. Total automobile industry size is of 7.8 lakh crores, out of which the component industry size is 4.2 lakh crores, import is 1.36 lakh crores, and export is rupees 1.41 lakh crore. Now, as far as the GDP is concerned, out of 2.3% overall GDP contribution from this field. And the most important thing is, this is the industry which is creating maximum employment potential to the country. And that is one of the important reasons that without your growth, we cannot create employment potential. And without employment potential, we cannot eradicate the poverty. For creating wealth for the country, your role is very remarkable and very, very important. So sector having highest backward integration, and now the highest trade surplus in 2021 and 22 is rupees 5,000 crore. 60% of auto components exported to North America and Europe. And auto component exports are expected to grow at 24%. That is the reason I am giving you my special thanks to you and for your contribution, and that is to be a great thing for the country. Our Prime Minister's dream is to make Indian economy as $5 trillion and making Atma Nirbhar Bharat. In that Atma Nirbhar Bharat, your role is most important role and most remarkable and historical role, and that is the reason that we need to help you to grow more, to make more turnover, more production and more export. Overall, total employment from the automobile sector is 4 crore. And the most important thing is some of your industry people talking with me about GST. I was just telling to them that your industry is giving maximum revenue to the state government and central government with the GST, and that is the reason that no finance ministry is ready to compromise on that. Because we know that this is very important revenue for them. But I feel that though you are paying revenue to the government, at the same time your growth will be increased. So today the total transport sector is changing, and for that reason the electric vehicle, I remember because I am coming 4 times or 5 times here in this conference every year. When I was talking about the electric vehicle, lot of people were asking me a lot of questions. The media people, the industry people, there was a lot of confusion, there was no confidence in the mind of the manufacturer about the e-vehicles are concerned. Now you just understand the way in which the growth of e-vehicle is increased. Now there is a waiting list for a year. So the common people are coming to me and telling me that give the letter that we can get the e-vehicle. So I will request all of you that this is the time for all the industry to accept new technology. The innovation, entrepreneurship, science, technology, research, skilled and successful practices. Madam, थोड़ा आप इधर बैठ जाइए. आपका आवाज से मुझे डिस्टर्ब हो रहा है. I always telling to the people that the innovation, entrepreneurship, science, technology, research, skilled and successful practices. We name it as knowledge, and conversion of knowledge into wealth is the future. My dream is to make Indian industry, automobile industry, #1 manufacturing hub in the world. And within 5 years, our target is to take it, our industry, the turnover of 15 lakh crores. But one of the important things which I really request all of you, that there are imports are there. Now your association, they can accept the challenge that what are the imports in automobile sector. And I will request you by whatever already our government is supporting it with the different schemes to the industry, that how we are going to reduce our imports. And for that reason you need research, development, joint venture with the successful technologies. And probably in India also that lot of people are developing new technology. For example, just taking the example of the battery chemistry. First of all, we are trying for lithium-ion battery, but now we have sodium-ion, zinc-ion, aluminum-ion, the latest new technology, aluminum-ion technology. And India is the country where we have got the highest young talented engineering manpower is available in India. And there are a lot of startups. Just 8 days before I was in Bangalore, we have given awards to the new startup for our new innovation and their new research. So I feel that your industry, your association, you should have one of the important research and development laboratory. Already ARI is there. For only for auto components, you can open an institution where the research will be equivalent to international standards. By using different material and different technology, that is the future. So technology is very important. You can take the example from Japan. All over the world, the technology, the well technology is well recognized. And for that reason, we should invest some of our profit for making futuristic research is very important. So electric vehicle, particularly two-wheeler, very popular. I feel that the cost of lithium-ion battery, day by day, it is going to be reduced, and the day will come within 2 years, I am expecting that the cost of petrol, two-wheeler and electric vehicle will be same. At the same time, electric car is very popular. Electric buses are very popular. In the government, we have just received the tender of electric buses. Non-AC bus, the cost was coming 39 rupees per kilometer, and AC bus for 41 rupees per kilometer. Now in the best, they have diesel buses, their running cost is 115 rupees per kilometer. So you can just understand that the way in which, because of electric, the pollution is also a big concern. Because of diesel and petrol, we are facing a lot of problems. Out of pollution, the 35% of the air pollution is because of this fossil fuel. And that is one of the reasons that majority of the people from Delhi, they know that what are the problems Delhi people are facing. So we need import substitute, cost-effective, pollution-free and indigenous. And now, it can be possible that just like Brazil, Canada and USA, we are now, I am appealing every time to the automobile industry to start flex engine in India. In this month, 28, I am going to launch the Toyota flex engine car in Delhi. So my request to all manufacturers that even the two-wheeler also, maximum our leading two-wheeler manufacturers are exporting their 50% of the production to abroad. And now they have the models they have on flex engine. Because ethanol is a green fuel. And actually the caloric value of ethanol is less than the petrol. But when I crossed the one technology in Russia, that the caloric value of ethanol, that was there by their research and technology, they have make it equal to petrol. So I decided, I called the scientist from Russia and called the petroleum minister and the Indian Oil chairman, Mr. Vaidya, and Mr. Ram Kumar from Indian Oil Research Laboratory. And we have just presented the technology to them. Ram Kumar was telling me it's a fantastic idea, but sir, I feel it very difficult. But after 3-month research, they come to conclusion that technology is successful. And now they accepted the technology by which the ethanol caloric value is now equal to petrol. So ethanol rate is 60 rupees per liter and petrol rate is 120 rupees per liter. You just understand what the economics is. And ethanol is green fuel. At the same time, I am farmer, that's the reason I know what are the problems we are facing in agriculture sector. We have rice surplus, corn surplus, wheat surplus and sugar surplus. Actually, our need for sugar is 280 lakh ton of sugar. And last year our production was 340 lakh ton of sugar. And the previous year stock was 60 lakh ton. So that was a big problem, but because of drought in Brazil, for this year we have made the export of 120 lakh ton. But now the sugarcane is a solid crop where the farmers are getting benefit from that. So it is increased. You go to Uttar Pradesh, everywhere, to Bihar now, to Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, the sugarcane production is increased. And it is the need of the country is now to convert sugar into bioethanol. So government has decided to adding 20% of bioethanol into petrol. Now there is also one pending proposal adding some percentage of ethanol in diesel, and because of flex engine now, it can be available now. Government is now giving permission for ethanol pumps, and that's the reason that as compared with petrol, ethanol is cheap. There is no pollution because it's green fuel. So my request to all of you to concentrate on alternative fuel, particularly bio-CNG, bio-LNG, ethanol. These are the important future for all of us. The most important thing is, which I will appeal to all of you, related with the scrapping policy. Yesterday I was meeting with the steel minister. And now every district we can open 3 scrapping units. It just will take the investment of 35 to 40 crores. Already we have 10, 12 units are already started. And as far as our record, Vahan record, we have 1 crore 2 lakhs vehicle now on the list. There we need to scrap them. So there is a huge potential. And for that reason, the scrapping policy which is launched by the government is very important, by which we can get steel, rubber, plastic, copper, very with a cheaper rate, by which you can reduce the cost of your components, or otherwise you will get more profit, because recycling of material is very important. I already request the environment minister, and now they have already given permission to import of waste tire from the world. Now that rubber powder we are using in the rubberized bitumen, 10% we are adding. And from that wire we are making steel fiber. And we have just accepted the new technology by which the distance between the two pier in the bridge and metro, it is maximum 30 meter, but we can make it 120 meter and reduce the cost by 30%, because the upper, that casting of that beam is in fiber, using steel fiber. So there are a lot of new innovation by which we can reduce the cost and using of waste material. We are already using a lot of waste material in road construction. So my request is that for the scrapping point of view, I am really requesting all of you bring out that line, that which is very important for all of you. It is really a good, it is economically very attractive proposals are there. And every district we can at least open 3 scrapping centers. And you are already related with this subject, so you can take the initiative in it, and it can be really a win-win situation for all the stakeholders in the country. The future of the electric buses and electric cars and electric bikes, you know that, because presently every time demand is going to increase. Regarding only one request to all of you regarding major export items, suspension and braking system 51% rise, body and chassis parts 42% rise, interiors, non-electronics 37% rise. But in import items, these are major import items, is drive, transmission and steering system 40% rise. It's import. Now it is a challenge with you. The engine components 38% rise. Electrical and electronics 37% rise. I know that we are facing the problem because of semiconductors. Just 3 months before, I was meeting with the chairman of Intel. And at that time, I gave all this data to him. So he was very much convinced. And the government is giving a lot of new schemes by which we want to increase the production of these all semiconductors in the country. This is also a challenging field. If you want to make India Atma Bharat, the first important thing is we need to increase our export and we need to reduce our imports. And for that reason, I request all of you that you should plan in the way that it will be really your initiative will be useful for the development of the country. Because of unfortunate accident of Cyrus Mistry, we are all people are very much disturbed. Now the road safety is the highest agenda for all of us. And we have already decided for making of Bharat NCAP, star rating in vehicles. Now developing Bharat NCAP, new car assessment program, to make Indian cars at par with the global standards in safety aspects. Majority of the automobile manufacturer in India, they are exporting car with 6 airbags. But in India, because of economic model, because of cost, they are hesitating. I just ask a simple question. You are not thinking about the life of a poor person who is using economic car. Actually in India, we have 5 lakhs accidents, 1,50,000 deaths. Really it is a very, I feel it painful for all of us that the total death, the age group is of 60% of people are age group of 18 to 34. This is very bad. I will request to all of you that how we can reduce the accidents where we need your cooperation. And automobile industry create healthy competition among automobile companies to develop safer vehicles. That is the need of the hour. Whose scope for auto component industry to provide safety components for better ratings. Again request you about 2 things. Last year when I was here, at that time we have just started thinking on the line of public transport on electricity. Now we have taken a decision. We have received 206 proposals for cable car, ropeway, vernacular railway, sky bus. And we are going to sanction, it is in the process. In my ministry, the Prime Minister specially gave us a mandate for making public transport on electricity. The trolley bus, electric bus, we have to reduce the capital cost. Today, I have a meeting with the LG of Ladakh and Leh. And I was telling him that vernacular railway we can make there. So we have now decided to take some of the projects there by using vernacular railway. So the Indian technology is available. My request to all of you, this is a sector where the huge economic potential is there. By using your same machinery, you can make the components of all this ropeway, cable car, vernacular railway. Somewhere you need to have some technical support by which you can develop this business. So my request is again, just 1 month or 2 months before, I launched double-decker electric bus in Mumbai. Then a luxury coach with electric luxury coach in Mumbai. So there is a huge potential, just like city Bangalore, Calcutta, Mumbai, Chennai, Delhi. Well, now we want to discourage the people who are using cars. I am not against your industry, but this is also a big problem. The population growth and automobile growth in India is good for you, good for the country, good for the revenue, good for the employment, but it is again a big problem that how it is possible for us to increase the road width and length. You take an example going by this from hotel, the road is going to Gurgaon. At 6 o'clock, 150,000 PCUs. Now we have taken a decision to making 2-3 tire flyovers. In Chennai we are making flyover, 8-lane road, then flyover, first layer, then second layer flyover, then third layer is metro. We are making in Pune also. But at the same time, there are a lot of limitations. I am contributing to your benefit in your profit because I am making more roads. Because people don't want to use no public transport. That is one of the negative things which we are facing the problem. We are making the road from Delhi to Dehradun. In the end of December, it will be within 2 hours. Delhi to Haridwar, 2 hours. Delhi to Chandigarh, 2.5 hours. Delhi to Amritsar, 4 hours. Delhi to Katra, 6 hours. Delhi to Srinagar, 8 hours. And Delhi to Mumbai, 12 hours. And Chennai to Bangalore, 2 hours. Presently, the truck is taking 52 hours from Mumbai to Delhi. I feel that within a year, it will be with 20 to 22 hours. The first important challenge with the country is how we are going to reduce our logistic cost. The logistic cost in China is 8 to 10%. The logistic cost in European countries is 10 to 12%. And logistic cost in India is 15 to 16%. That is a big problem. And that is one of the reasons that our exports are facing crucial problem in the international competition. So my idea is to reduce the logistic cost up to 10% within 2 years, because we are making 27 green express highway. So this can be a good thing for the automobile industry, because this is going to increase your sale. But at the same time, you have to take some preventive measure as far as the road safety is concerned, as far as the pollution is concerned. And I feel that now this is the time that we have to accept new technology. Just 15 days before, I launched one LNG truck in Pune. Today I received the invitation from Mercedes to launch their electric car in Pune. I am supporting all the people who are making some new invention, new research, new products related with the alternative fuel. I always very much supporting for that. So this is the time. The LNG truck manufacturing plant in Pune, in single field, the LNG truck covers distance of 1,400 kilometers. And as compared with diesel, the cost of saving is 40%, 50%. So this is going to reduce the logistic cost, because the LNG is the fuel for the future. And now we are successfully making LNG from rice straw, Parali. We have a very good plant in Panipat, it's already started by Indian Oil, and they are making 150 ton of biobitumen per day from rice straw, and 1 lakh liter of bioethanol. And we have now many plants in the process because I'm in agriculture. We are making bio-CNG and bio-LNG from rice straw. So it can be possible. 5 ton of Parali is giving 1 ton of bio-CNG. So the future is for alternative fuel. And the last request to all of you, you should give more concentration on green hydrogen. I'm just giving you the example in Mathura. When I was water resource minister, I had just taken one good project in hybrid annuity. The 80 MLD sludge of Mathura, actually it is converted into clean water. The water is purchased by Indian Oil, just near to railway there in Mathura, and they are giving 20 crore rupees per month for taking water from that. And Triveni Engineering is the company, and hybrid annuity, the project is now completed. So from this wastewater and solid waste management, by segregating solid waste, we will get the organic waste. And from organic waste we can get methane, and methane we can make green hydrogen. Even from this water also, from the clean water, by using electrolyzer, we have a lot of manufacturers now who are making electrolyzer. We can get oxygen and hydrogen, and that hydrogen can be compressed by generator on ethanol. I am just making vigorous follow-up with Kirloskar, and he had just given me a generator on 100% bioethanol. It is with me. So we can run that ethanol rate is very less. So on the basis of that, we can pressurize the gas, hydrogen, up to 500 bar and take it to the car and truck. My idea is to make the rate of hydrogen for $1 for 1 kg. And that gives 450 kilometer of average. Already I have hydrogen car given by Toyota. The name of the car is Mirai. In Japanese, the Mirai word means future. So I feel that you should go and you should concentrate on making of green hydrogen. That is to be a very attractive field. It's economically viable. I'm not a consultant, neither I'm a scientist or an engineer. But I am telling you that the making of green hydrogen is a future. And you can think on that line with the same automobile industry by using wastewater and solid organic waste, making it green hydrogen. It is really a future for the country. So this all innovation, research in automobile industry is very, very helpful for the country and for all the stakeholders. Your progress is very remarkable, and our idea is to make this Indian auto industry of 15 lakh crore. We need to increase our more export to create 5 crore new jobs and giving maximum revenue as a form of GST to the state government and central government. I am really happy about it, that your role is very important. When you will get more turnover, you will be happy. We will get more taxes, we will be happy, and everyone will be happy because of the progress. Once again, it's a pleasure for me to interact with you. I'm giving my all best wishes to all of you. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. It's always very, very motivating to listen to you. And of course, indeed, we're very, very thankful to you for all that you're doing for the whole country, whether it is the roads, whether from industry perspective, making interventions on the logistics costs, and particularly in supporting the startups and the new innovation. That is something we really appreciate. I now call on Ms. Shraddha Suri, our Vice President, to kindly propose a vote of thanks.
Namaskar. Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Sanjay, President Acma, Vinny, DG Acma, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks to Honorable Shri Gadkari ji, the visionary, innovator and tireless worker. Thank you, sir, for your words of encouragement. To begin with, as leaders of the automotive industry, it is indeed our responsibility to spread deep awareness about vehicle and road safety and also implement solutions for the same. In fact, at Acma, we run a campaign called Acma Safe Drivers, and we will redouble our efforts based on your the oaths that you have been administrating to the whole country. I would like to compliment you, Honorable Minister, for your vision of India, where mobility will not be limited to offering safe, clean, congestion-free, eco-friendly, and convenient solutions alone, but will also have the ability to localize, reduce our dependence on imports, and convert waste to wealth, thus making our country Atmanirbhar. A couple of things you spoke about, sir. India to be the #1 manufacturing hub in the world, make in India for the rest of the world. Import reduction and focus on localized design. Invest in futuristic research with a focus on EV and flex fuels, including green hydrogen. As a community, sir, we are committed to making our sector Atmanirbhar in every which way. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shraddha ji. We need to give a memento to our Honorable Minister. Sanjay, can you kindly honor the Minister, please? Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, sir. Thank you, Sanjay, and thank you, Shraddha.
Sir, please come on the stage for a group picture with us. Oh, yes.
Can I request all the Acma past presidents to come up on the stage for a photograph?
Mr. Minda is coming. Please wait. Please wait. Mr. Minda is coming.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We've come to the end of our annual session for this year. Thank you once again for attending in such large numbers and encouraging us. I look forward to your continued engagement and support with Acma. A very good evening to all of you, and Jai Hind. Thank you.
At Bharat Forge Limited, we don't believe in pause buttons. 50 years ago, we hit play, and we haven't stopped since. We move, we go places, and we take our legacy with us.
started small, but our dreams were big. And we chased them tirelessly with all our heart. That's what brought us to the top. To the world's biggest names. And to people's lives. We're committed to partnering greatness, no matter where we go. From India to Germany, to France to Sweden and USA. We always go that extra mile and bring the best to wherever our clients are. And we never settle. Over 50 years, we have pioneered innovations across fields. Our expertise keeps sharpening. We seek to build a better, smarter, and brighter tomorrow. And we will.